full stack MERN application, the pinnacle of web development. Yep, you heard that right. Today, you'll learn how to build and deploy a full stack MERN application with modern material design, a fully functional dashboard, a property management page, and a users page, both connected to our database and a profile page that connects the two. This video is the updated full stack MERN course you've all been waiting for. This video is perfect for you if you want to learn how to convert a Figma design into a fully functional website. Dive into the world of full stack development using the most popular stack out there and master CRUD principles that allow you to create, read, update, and delete documents. Our application will have a properties page where you can read our properties, and you will also be able to create a property. And finally, on our property detail page, you'll be able to update and delete it. That means if you learn how to build this application, you'll be able to make the most complex and modern applications out there. If you think about it, every app is a CRUD app in a way. Create, read, update, and delete posts, images, articles, files, messages, and more. You get the point. After you develop this app, I'll even teach you how to deploy to the internet so you can share it with your friends, potential employers, and put it on your portfolio to get a job. You might be wondering, what are the prerequisites for building such a fantastic web application? You only need a solid understanding of React. A basic understanding of Node and MongoDB can be helpful, but they're not a requirement. We're going to start simple and then move to more complex topics as we go. I'll explain every step of the way. Alongside building this application, you'll learn how to use the most in-demand technologies today: Node.js, Express, MongoDB, and the React.js that together form the powerful MERN stack. Material UI, the most popular UI component kit nowadays. TypeScript. Yep, you heard that right. We'll be using TypeScript on this project, and no previous TypeScript knowledge is required. You'll learn how to transform a Figma design into a fully functioning website. Using Cloudinary, you'll also learn how to optimize images and store them on the cloud. And using Google Auth, you'll provide your users with a quick and easy way for them to log in and register. And most importantly, you'll learn how to build React-based CRUD applications incredibly easily using Refine. Have you ever wondered if there is a tool that will set up everything you need for a website, like authentication, state management, and routing, while still giving you the freedom to customize it? That's exactly what Refine is. Refine is a headless React-based framework for rapid web application development. Now, what does it mean for a tool to be headless? Headless is the most popular development approach nowadays. So far, it has been limited to the backend, with great examples like Strapi. Refine found a way of building a headless structured logic on the front-end side. It offers both the freedom to start from scratch or use any UI framework of your choice, with built-in support for Material UI, and Design, Chakra UI, and Mantine. Refine provides plenty of features that make your app ready to ship within minutes. One of the biggest features is zero config, 1 minute setup with a single CLI command. And it's not just the UI. Refine provides connections to more than 15 backend services, making it easy to set up and use. Other than that, Refine also offers SSR support with Next.js or Remix and auto-generated CRUD UIs from your API data structure. And of course, there are many additional features, as you can see here. One of the best things about Refine is its excellent Discord community. They are always ready to help, so you can get support and resolve your bugs quickly. Refine also has a strong presence on GitHub with over 7,000 stars. Their development team is very active and quickly resolves issues reported on the platform. And the download stats for Refine are also increasing day by day, which is a testament to its popularity and effectiveness among developers. With its headless design by approach, excellent community support, and strong presence on GitHub, Refine is a great choice for anyone looking to develop apps quickly and easily, and that's exactly what I'll teach you today in this full stack course. Alongside this video, I've also prepared a complete MERN roadmap and a cheat sheet that covers everything you need to become a fantastic MERN developer. The guide has an entire step-by-step MERN mastery roadmap, prerequisites, helpful illustrations, and even MERN project ideas that you can build after watching this video. You can download the ultimate guide and use it as a reference on your web development journey whenever you're unsure what to learn next. The link to the comprehensive guide will be in the description. If this video reaches 30,000 likes, I'm recording more MERN videos. With that said, let's dive right into the code. As we always do on JavaScript Mastery, we're going to start from bare beginnings by opening an empty Visual Studio Code window and creating a new folder on our desktop. In this case, we can call it refine_dashboard. Finally, drag and drop that empty folder into your empty Visual Studio Code. Inside of our Visual Studio Code, you can go to View and then Terminal. This is going to open up an empty integrated Visual Studio Code terminal. Inside of here, we can run one single command: npm create refine-app add latest and then client, like this. Now we're asked the question whether we want to install that package, and yes, we do. Once it is installed, it's going to open up a CLI that's going to ask us all the questions it needs to know to initialize our application. And there we go. First, we need to choose a project template. In this case, let's go with Create React App. Then, what would you like to name your project? In this case, we can name it Client, since we'll be using it on the client side. Then we need to choose our backend service. In this case, we'll be using a REST API, as you will create your own backend API. Then it's asking us which UI framework we want to use, and in this case, we're going to proceed with Material UI. Now it's asking us if we want to add some example pages. We're going to click yes. Do we want to customize the Material UI theme? We're going to also say yes. Do you want to customize the Material UI layout? We're going to also say yes. Do you want to add dark mode support? We're going to say yes to that as well. Do you need any authentication logic? Yes, we'll be using Google. Do you need I18N support? In this case, we won't be using that, but it's good to know it exists. Do you want to add kbar command interface support? In this case, we won't be needing it. Now we need to choose a package manager. You can use npm or yarn. In this case, I'm going to proceed with npm, and we can share our choices anonymously. And with that done, Refine is going to take all the answers we put in here, and it's going to initialize the perfect starter repository. Let's give it a second, and I'll be right back. And there we go. Success! Created client, add client. We can see our entire file and folder structure right here, but most importantly, we can go to our package.json to check the installed dependencies. As you can see, we have a lot of Refine packages, which are going to make all of this possible, but we're going to also add a couple of packages on our own. So down below, we can now cd into client like this, and then we can type npm install, and then we can add Apex charts. We're going to use these for those beautiful charts on the dashboard. We also need React-Apex charts. And believe it or not, that is it. Refine provided us with everything else we're going to need to create a full stack MERN application. So for now, simply press enter. Let's wait for our charts to be installed, and then we can explore our repository. So what we can do is close the package.json. Inside of the package.json, let's check out the command to run our application. That's going to be npm run dev. So inside of our client, let's run npm run dev, and let's check it out in action. And as soon as the website opens up, you will be greeted with a series of errors. But no worries, these are really simple to fix. We just need to import the title, cider, and the layout in our components. So just go to source, components, layout, and then index.ts. Inside of here, we're currently exporting just the header, but we need to export everything from /layout as well, and then we're going to duplicate this 2 more times, and we're going to do the cider, and we're going to do the title. With that done, if we now go back to the website, you can see we have a fully fledged and fully functional dashboard available right here. Isn't that great? We can also log out, and this all has been created for us. But don't worry, we're going to start with everything from scratch. So now we can log out, and you're going to see a page that looks like this. Of course, we want to modify it to fit your application. So the login is going to be the first thing we're going to focus on. To start with the login, we can close our index, we can go to our pages, and the login is going to be the only page that is there right now. Inside of there, we're importing things like useEffect, useRef, and there's also a special hook called useLogin, which we're going to utilize later on. We also have some imports from Material UI. Great! With that said, we can start modifying our login component. For that, we're going to have to import our application logo, which we don't yet have. So now might be the best time for me to provide you with all the files and assets that you'll be able to use throughout the entire process of building this application. Down in the description, you can find a link to a zipped assets folder. Simply unzip it and then paste it right here inside of your source. That's going to look something like this. Inside of there, you'll see an index.js exporting those 2 logos and then 2 different versions of those logos in the SVG format. Another thing that you can get from the description, and that's going to be in the GitHub gist down below, are the links to a specific font we'll be using across our application. So let's go to our public, index.html, and then inside of here, just below the theme color, you can add those 3 links, which you can find in the GitHub gist down below. Below that, in that same GitHub gist below, you can also find the index.css file. So, right in the source, you can create a new index.css file, and then you can simply copy and paste the styles from the GitHub gist. As you can see, these are simply some media queries, positionings of cards, and setting up the font family. Another thing we'll be using in our application is the constants folder. So let's create constants. And then inside of it, let's create a new index.ts file. The constants are also going to be in the GitHub gist down below. And as you can see, this is just about 30 lines of simple property referrals info. Things like title, percentage, and color for one of the charts we'll be using. I didn't want all of you to type this by hand because we have more important things to focus on. Another thing you'll have to get from that same GitHub gist is going to be the code for one of the utility functions. So inside of utils, you can create a new file called validate form.ts. You can simply copy and paste it right here. This is a file that's going to check if we have properly entered all of the properties. Again, this isn't so complicated logically, but it takes a lot of time to write out, so I simply provided it here for you so we can focus on the MERN stack logic. On top of that, below the assets, there's also going to be an interfaces zipped folder. We need the interfaces because we're using TypeScript. This is going to help our IDE know which specific properties our objects have. So you can delete the current interfaces folder, unzip the one linked below, and then simply paste it right here. There, you'll be able to see that we have our Google, so we can see what do we have once the user logs in, but we also have additional props for some charts, for our properties, for our agents, and so on. Later on, we're going to dive deeper into this to explain how these properties correlate to our actual objects. And the last thing you'll have to get from that GitHub gist down below, and I promise this is the last one, is the config file for our charts. So inside of the components folder, we can create a new folder called charts. Inside of there, we can create a new chart.config.ts file. And inside of there, you can paste that config file. This is just going to simplify the process of creating our charts. And with that said, we are ready to dive into creating our login page, which we started in the first place. Great. Now we have the access to our logo, so we can import. That's going to be Riga, which is the name of our application, from /assets. There we go. Now, as you can see, the Google button has already been created for us, so we don't have to do anything there. But right here, we need to enter our client ID coming from Google. So now I'm going to show you how to get your client ID. First, go to console.cloud.google.com. The link is going to be down in the description. Then, on top, you'll have to create a new project. So just click right here and then click Create New Project. Let's name our project Yariga, or you can do real estate or refine, whatever you prefer. And let's click Create. Our project is being created as we speak. This process usually takes just a couple of seconds. And as soon as it has been created, you can click Select Project, go to the navigation menu, and click APIs and Services. Great. Now that we're here, the first thing we'll have to do is to go to Auth consent screen. There, you can choose external. You can enter your app name. I'm going to do Yariga. You can do refine or whatever. And then you can choose your email. After that, you can scroll all the way down, enter your email one more time. In this case, that's going to be a developer email, but that's the same for us. And then you can save and continue. The second step is to add the scopes. We can save and continue. We can save and continue for users. And we have our summary. Now, from here, we can go to credentials. And then we can create credential. Let's create a new OAuth client ID. We can choose our application type. That's going to be a web application. App name is going to be Yariga. And then we can add authorized JavaScript origins. So let's add a URI. I'm going to do http://localhost 3000. Let's copy it. Let's also add localhost without the :3000 to be safe. And then we're going to add authorized redirect URIs, which are going to be the same, localhost 3000 and localhost. And with that, we can click Create. Now it says right here that it might take 5 minutes for these to take effect, but we can immediately see our client ID right here. I'm going to copy it, and we can go back to our application. We can of course just add it right here, but that is not the best practice. And here at JavaScript Mastery, the best practices are the only things we teach. So what you can do is go to your file explorer, collapse everything, and then inside of the client, you can create a new file called .env. This is going to store our environment variables. Inside of there, you can create a new variable called React_app_Google_client_ID, and then you can make that equal to this key that we just copied. That's going to look something like this. And now inside of our login.tsx, instead of just typing it manually right here for everybody to see, you can say process.env.react_app_Google_client_ID, and we can save it. Now for the changes to take effect, we have to reload our terminal, so press Ctrl+C, Y, and then simply rerun it by running npm run dev. And with that, we should be back on our localhost 3000. Now we can continue setting up our login function. And finally, now that we have our own Google Client ID, we can scroll down and we can change the look and feel of our login. Immediately starting with the box, we won't be using this background, which has a gradient. We're going to do something simpler. So inside of the SX prop, you can add the background color equal to, that's going to be hash FC FC FC. And we can save that. And immediately on localhost, you're going to see we have this really white gray color. Now we're going to have this container, we're going to have a box, and then we have to change the logo. In this case, we're going to use a logo with a source of Yariga, which is the name of our app. And we can rename it to Yariga logo. Now if we save this, go back and reload, you can see we have our new completely custom login. Now, if you click sign in with Google, it's going to open up a new window that looks like this, and you can log in. You'll have to first confirm that you want to sign in, so we can do that. And we are in. That was it. that was everything we needed to do to make the Google OAuth login work. Isn't that crazy? Now we can start focusing on our sidebar, or cider, how Refine likes to call it. We're going to add all of the additional pages, routes, change the logo, and the look and feel. To do that, we can close our login, go to our source, components, layout, cider, and index.ts. This is where the rest of the magic will happen. As you can see, Refine provided us with a lot of predefined features, things like collapse, open, even links and translations and so much more. So we only have to make a few cosmetic adjustments. Before we start making our changes, let's open up the browser side by side with our editor, like this, and let's get started. Let's go down all the way to line 137, right here, and we can modify the font size to about 16 pixel. I found this value to be just a bit better. We can go down a bit more to line 180, and right here we're going to change the background color of our item. So list item button, line 181. We want to check if we have currently selected the item. If that is the case, we can change the color to be hash 1E36E8, like this. And also, when not hovering, we also want to change this. So let's say if is selected, then we can have a color of 475BE8, like this. And then we can have transparent. If we now save this, you can see these are going to get a bit bigger and we have a different color, which right now doesn't suit the design at all, but soon enough you're gonna see how great this is going to look like. As a matter of fact, let me show you exactly what we're going for. This right here is the finalized design. We want to have the logo on the top, and this is how we want our list items to look like. So let's try to turn this into this. With that said, we can scroll a bit more down below this justify center. We can add a margin of 10 pixels and then auto. We can also add a border radius of 12 pixels, and we can add a min height equal to 56 pixels. Finally, we can add a width of 90%. Now, if we save this, this is going to look just a bit different, and they already have this pill-like structure, which is closer to the design. We can keep scrolling down a bit to see this color right here, and we're going to change it. We can check if it is selected. Then we want to have hash FFF, meaning pure white. Otherwise, we can have hash 808191. And of course, this is a ternary operator. Below that, we're going to have primary typography props. There, we want to change the font size to 16 pixels again. And below the font weight, we can change the color again. If is selected, we're going to do a classic just white color. Otherwise, we can have the same one we had before, hash 808191. And we can also add a margin left to divide it a bit from the border of 10 pixels. Great. As you can see, this is now even closer to this. But if we scroll just a bit more down to line 258, we can change the font size to 16 pixels here as well. And then we can change our logout button. So here you can see the logout. And on line 277, we can expand it. And below the justify content, we can add a margin of 10 pixels auto. We can also add a border radius of 12 pixels, a min height of 56 pixels, and a width of 90. This is going to make the logout button appear the same as our regular resource button. Finally, in the list item, we can change the color to be hash 808191. And we can also increase the font size right here on 298 to 16 pixels. Finally, a bit below, we're going to see our drawer. That drawer, we can change the color to, again, the same thing, 808191. And we of course have to have the hash sign for the color. Great. But now we're going to see the biggest change there is. If you scroll a bit more down, we want to see our drawer, which is right here. 386, we have our background color, BG color, and we want to change that to hash FC FC FC. And now if you save that, you can see that this is going to take that light color. Also, we can change the elevation to 0 to remove that shadow. If you scroll a bit more down, we're gonna see the button for left and right for expanding and collapsing our sidebar. There we can give it a background of hash 475B E8. There we go, that's going to make it match our design just a bit better. And also we want to give it an on hover effect, so that's going to be and colon hover colon, and then we want to change the background to be equal to hash 1E36E8. There we go. So if you look into that right now, it's just a bit better. Finally, going a bit more down to our box, we're gonna have a BG color, which we want to change to hash 475B E8. There we go. This is when it is collapsed. So now everything matches. And if we expand it and compare it, it is looking a bit closer to what we have. Now, it seems that we're close to being done, but if we make our browser just a bit smaller, you can notice we still have this color right here, and we want to change that. So let's go to line 360, and right here you can see 363. We have to change the color to hash FC FC FC. There we go. So now we have our white sidebar, which is close to this one. But of course, the text of this resource should also be gray. So let's see if we missed just one style right here when changing the color. And it looks like we didn't miss it, but we just missed placing this sign right here. At least I did. So make sure to add a hash on 183, and then we should have something that looks like this, which is much closer to the sidebar we're going for. But now we can focus on changing the logo on top as well. So let's go to our file explorer and let's open up our header component. Inside our header, we're going to go to our app bar, and we're going to change the elevation to 0, and we're going to add an SX prop, which is used for styling in Material UI, and change the background to be equal to hash FC FC FC. There we go. So this is going to change it. Finally, we won't be needing this icon button to change the color from dark to light mode. And that's going to be it for the header. But now we can go to the title component, which is right here. Inside of the title, we have to import our logos. So we're gonna import the logo as well as Yariga coming from just assets. There we go. And now, instead of linking to refine logos, we can simply, when collapsed, link to, that's going to be source equal to logo. And we can put the alt of Yariga. And then when it is expanded, we can show another logo, which is going to be Yariga. There we go. So now if we save this, we're gonna get a colored logo, which should make everything look a bit different. There we go. So before we had white on white, which didn't look good, but now we have something that looks much closer to our design, and that is wonderful. We can also collapse it, and you can see it immediately collapses to the smaller version of the logo, which I think looks just great. And we also have our icons, which are collapsed right here. Great. Now that we have made design changes, you might be wondering, how can you add additional items to this sidebar list? Well, let me show you. Refine made it so easy by providing a structure for you to keep adding new lines and pages. So let's go to app.tsx and let's scroll all the way down to the main component which we're rendering, which is the refine component. Inside of here, we can provide a lot of different props to it, and they're going to immediately change how our app behaves and what features does it have. And we do that by adding additional resources. Remember, we're creating our application as a CRUD app. Create, read, update, and delete resources. In this case, we immediately have posts, which is great. But we want to change that just a bit. We're going to rename posts to property right here. And right now they have all of these MUI components which simulate our layout right now. But we will want to create our own look and style and components for all of these pages. So what we can do is we can remove all of that and save it. Immediately, you can see that we have a 404 built in as well, which is great. And it got removed from the list because there's nothing yet to show. But don't worry, we're gonna fix that really soon. For now, just to be able to see our post, we can add a list and we can add the MUI inferencer, which was there before. This is just going to allow us to see how it would look like once we add additional properties. There we go. As you can see, the errors are built into Refine as well, so you don't have to worry about things like these, you just have to focus on the data. Now let's add additional resources. I'm going to duplicate this below, and from property, I'm going to rename that to agent. We're gonna also add a couple more. Below agent, we're gonna have review. Below review, we're gonna have our message. And then finally, below message, we're going to have our my profile. Now, if we save that, you can see that it's going to add all these list items to our dashboard. But there are a couple of things we want to change. First of all, you can see that an S for plural has been added to all of those lists. But we don't have my profiles, but rather my profile. So we can provide an additional options, object, and set the label to be equal to my profile. This is going to make it look just a bit better. We have to add a comma right there. There we go, my profile. And you can also notice that we have to modify the icons for all of these properties. So scrolling all the way up, we can import those icons. Right here, below the Refine MUI imports, we can say import account circle outlined. We can also import chat bubble outline. We can import the people alt outlined. We can import the star outline rounded. And finally, villa outlined. There we go. Now all of that is going to come from add MUI /icons -material. We can now scroll down to where we define those lists. And under property, we can add an icon property. And that icon, in this case, is going to be Villa outline. We can keep adding additional icons. The second one is going to be people alt outlined. That changed as well. Then for the review, we can add an icon of star outline rounded. Then for the message, we can add an icon of chat bubble outline, of course. And then for my profile, we can add an icon of account circle outline as well. And now this is looking much better. As you can see, it is looking like it does on the design. It is exactly the same. Wonderful. We can collapse it, and as you can see, we have the tooltips and everything works perfectly right off the bat. Wonderful. On top of all of these resources, we're gonna also have a dashboard page. So we can add a special property called dashboard page, which is going to be equal to our home. And that home page is something we haven't yet created. So right at the top, we can import all of the pages that we'll be using throughout this video. That can be done a bit below where we have local imports. And right now we're importing just the login. So let's expand that. Let's maybe divide it from all other imports so we can see it more clearly. And let's import. That's going to be login. We're gonna also have a home page, an agents page. We're gonna have a my profile page. We're gonna have a property details page. We're gonna have an all properties page like this. We're gonna have a create property page. We're gonna have an agent profile page and an edit property page. There we go. So a lot of different pages. And of course, we're gonna get an error now because we haven't yet created them. So now might be the best time to go into pages and start creating these pages one by one. So let's start with the home. That's going to be home.tsx. And immediately inside of there, we can run RAFCE. This is going to immediately create a simple homepage. Now, if this didn't work for you, you can go to extensions, and then you can install ES7 Plus React Native Redux snippets. As soon as you install this, the RAFCE command should work. So install it, run RAFCE, and then let's proceed with all other components we'll be using. The second component right here is the agent-profile.tsx. There we can also run RAFCE, but we can change this to agent profile like so. Then we're also going to have an agent property or a page, agent.tsx, where we can also run RAFCE. Then we're going to have a new file called all-properties.tsx, and there we can also run RAFCE, and we can fix this right here from all properties to all properties in camel case. Great. Now we can create a new create property. So that's going to be create-property.tsx. We can run RAFCE and once again fix the create property to camel case. After that, we're going to have the edit-property.tsx. We can run RAFCE, and one more time we can edit this to camel case. Finally, we're going to have my profile, my-profile.tsx. We can run RAFCE, and then we can edit this to my profile in camel case. And the last one on our list is property-details.tsx. And there we can again run RAFCE and change this to camel case. There we go. So now we have all of these components, but we are yet to export them. So let's create a new index.ts file inside of the pages folder. There, we need to import all of these components and then export them from one file. This file is going to be down in the description, so you'll be able to simply copy and paste it. It's going to contain just some simple imports and exports, so you don't have to type them by hand. Great. With that said, we can now go back all the way by closing all of these files and going back to our app.tsx. There, you can see that we're exporting home was not found in pages login. That's because we have to remove the login here because now we're importing all of the pages. And if we do that, we are back here and you can see that this special dashboard appeared. As you can see, our dashboard is different from our list items. List items represent resources and dashboard is a standalone homepage. So let's just change the icon color for that as well. By going back to the CIDR, index.tsx of the CIDR component, and then going to our dashboard. That's on line 218. There, if you scroll down a bit, you can see this list item icon and then the color. Here, we want to use the hash 808191. And if you save that, you can see the color of the dashboard changed as well. Now, to make our dashboard look the same as our resource properties, we can also give it a margin left of about 20 pixels. And we can also give it a margin right of about, let's do 14 pixels right here. So this should move it a bit to the right. And we might went overboard right here, so let's try to do 10. Or maybe something like 6 will do. There we go. So this is now looking much better. We can properly move between all of these pages. As you can see, the URL changes and also the highlights actually change on the left side. So we can be on the dashboard where we have our home component, or we can move to all of our different pages. Great. With that said, we're now done with the sidebar. And of course, the next thing we can focus on is going to be the homepage. So to start the homepage, let's go to our app.tsx. There, we specified that our homepage will be the dashboard page, so we can control click into it, and here we are. This is where we're going to develop that great looking dashboard. Let me show you how that's going to look. There we go. We're going to have the dashboard title right here. Then for cards, 2 different charts, and then a property list. Great. With that said, let's get started with creating our dashboard. To start creating our dashboard, we can first import a couple of things we're gonna need. The first thing is going to be the import useList hook, and that hook is coming from pancode right here /refine-core. This is one of the most important refines hooks, and it allows us to get access to a specific resource, such as a property. Then we'll have to import all of the different components we'll be using on our dashboard. And if you think about it, we have created all the pages, but we haven't yet created the components. So inside of the components folder, we have to create them. Let's start with creating the agent folder right here inside of the components folder. And that agent folder is going to have an agent card.tsx. And there we can also run RAFCE. Then we're going to have a folder for all of the charts. We already have it, so inside of there, we can create a pie chart.tsx, and we can run RAFCE inside of there as well. Alongside our pie chart, we're going to also have property referrals.tsx, and that's also going to be a regular arrow function component. Finally, we're going to have a chart for total revenue. So we can write a component total revenue.tsx and create a React arrow function component. Great. Below the chart, we're also going to have a home folder. This is where all of the components that we'll be using in our homepage will be. And we only need one. It's going to be called topagent.tsx. And we can again run RAFCE inside of there. There is just one component of the home, and that's because we have another folder called common. Inside of there, we'll have components that we'll reuse across all the different pages. So let's create the first one. That's going to be custom button.tsx. And inside of there, we can run RAFCE. Another one is going to be a form component.tsx. And we can also run RAFCE. Next, we're going to have a profile.tsx, where we can also run RAFCE. And the last one is going to be a property card.tsx, maybe the most important one so far, and we're also going to run RAFCE inside of it. Great. Now we have to create an index.ts file inside of the components folder. Again, in the GitHub just down below, you'll find a file where we're exporting all of those components we have just created, so we can simply import them in one line inside of every single other page in our project. Once you paste that, we can close all of the currently open files, go back to home, which makes us ready to import them. Let's start by creating import, and we're going to import the pie chart. Let's also do property referrals. Let's do total revenue. We're going to also need the property card. And finally, top agent. And all of these are coming from components. Great. And now we can use them in our home. That's going to be it for our imports, and we are ready to start creating the structure of our homepage. To get started with creating our homepage, we can first turn this div into a box since we're using Material UI. A box essentially is a div with some additional properties. And of course, all of these properties that we want to use, we need to import at the top. So right here, let's import typography, which is essentially a fancy way of saying a text element, a box, and a stack coming from add pancode, and that's going to be refine-mui. And if we save this, we should be able to see what we had at the start, which is an empty slate. Now, right here, we can add a typography. So let's add a typography that is not a self-closing element, but it's going to say dashboard. Let's give it a couple of props, such as font size of 25, font weight of 700, and let's also give it a color equal to #11142D. Now, if we save this, we can see our dashboard title. Below that, we're gonna have one more box, and this box is going to wrap our 4 charts, these ones right here. So that box is going to have an empty of 20 pixels for margin top. It's going to have a display equal to flex, and it's going to have a flex wrap equal to wrap. Finally, a gap of 4. Inside of there, we can render our pie chart component that looks like this. That is just a component that right now says pie chart. That's about it. But soon enough, we're going to develop it so that it represents some data. So let's pass some props to it. Let's pass a title equal to properties for sale. Let's add a value. Let's say there is 684. For now, we're gonna leave this static. We're gonna add a series of an array of 75 and 25. We're gonna soon see what this is. And then we can provide colors for those series. So those colors can be an array of, first one is going to be 47, 5b, e8. And then the second one can be hash e4, e8, ef. Great. And now immediately you can see that TypeScript lets us know that this pie chart is not accepting a title property. So that is something that we have to. So it essentially lets us know, hey, you're not expecting any properties here, which is pretty cool. Great. Now that we have this property, we can also duplicate it 4 more times because we need 4 of these. And we can just change some values. For the second one, let's say properties for rent. Change this to about 550, maybe a series of 60 and 40. These are percentages. We can also randomize the colors just a bit. So I'm going to change some letters right here. The third one is going to be total customers. Let's say that is equal to 5,684. Let's leave that to 7525. Let's change the colors just a bit. Again, just entering some random numbers. And the last one is going to be total cities. So this is the amount of cities that we have in which we have properties in. And that can be about 555. Great. Now we can save that, we can go into the pie chart component, and we can properly accept these properties. So we are accepting a title, we need a value, a series, and colors. Great. And we can start creating this card right here, properties for sale. So to do that, we're going to convert this into a box. And still, I think we're getting that error. And that's because the box is not defined. So in PyChart, we have to import box, typography, and stack coming from add. That's going to be pancode, refine MUI. And we also need to import the interface for TypeScript. So that's going to be PyChart props from interfaces home, like this. Great. Now we have to specify that these props are going to be of a type PyChart props. And now TypeScript immediately helps us. As you can see right here, we're accepting colors, but in the home, we provided color, which is phenomenal because we know that we simply need to change this to colors and then the value is properly going to work. If we didn't have TypeScript in this case, we could have spent hours trying to find that one little typo. Great. With that said, let's create our look and feel of our card. First, let's add a stack within this box. That stack is essentially just a div that's going to have a direction of column. And inside of there, we want to have 2 different typographies for 2 different pieces of text. So let's create a first typography. That one is going to render title. And if we save it, we should be able to see it right here. Properties for sale, rent, total customers, and properties for cities. Now let's modify it a bit by giving it a font size of 14. And let's give it a color equal to 808191. And of course, we need a hash at the start. Finally, below that, we're going to have one more typography, much larger this time, 24. the color is going to be 11142D, and then it's also going to have a font weight equal to 700, meaning bolded, and a margin top of 1 or MT, and it's going to render the value. So now we have our title and we also have the value. Great. Finally, we can render our React Apex chart by importing it at the top. We can say import React Apex chart from React-Apex charts. And then we can render it as a self-closing component just below the stack. React Apex chart and self-close it. We need to provide it options first. So that's going to be an object where the chart is going to have another object and it's going to have a type of donut in this case. So this is a donut chart. It's going to have colors, which is going to be equal to colors like this, meaning we can just omit the latter. Then it's going to have a legend, which in this case show is going to be false because we don't need it. And it's going to have data labels, again an object of enabled is equal to false because we don't need any data labels in this case. So that's it for the options. If we just add a final comma right here and we save it, let's see if we see something. Nope, nothing yet, and that's because data labels. Looks like I misspelled it right here, but good thing we're using TypeScript, so it noticed that, and we are good to go. We cannot yet quite see the chart, but that's because below the options, we didn't yet provide the series, we didn't provide the type equal to donut, and most importantly, we need to give it a width of 120 pixels. Now, if we save that, you can see those beautiful charts appear right here. And not only that, if you reload, they're going to be nicely animated. Wonderful. Finally, let's style the cards themselves. We can do that by styling the box. So let's make some space and let's give it an ID equal to chart. Let's give it a flex property of 1. Let's give it a display equal to flex as well. We can give it a BG color of #FC. Also a flex direction of row. Justify content of space dash between. Align items of center. PL for padding left of 3.5. PY meaning padding vertical axis of 2. Gap 2. And finally border radius of 15 pixels. Minimum height or min height equal to 110 pixels, and then the width equal to fit dash content. Now, if we save this, we're gonna see the look and feel of our newly created charts, of course, only if we fix the error that we have right here. It looks like we misspelled height, so if we fix min height, there we go. This is looking wonderful. We have all of our charts right here. We can even hover to see what it is about. Also, some of the charts have colors that are a bit hard to see on the white background. So what we can do is take maybe the third chart and then copy the colors for it to all other colors as well. Of course, feel free to play with this and put the ones that you prefer the most. If we save this now, there we go. This is looking great. We have 4 different cards, and if you expand this, you can see they have a flex property, so they're always going to appear nicely on the screen. Wonderful. Now, with that said, if we look at the design, we're done with the first part, and we are ready to begin with this second huge chart right here. So on the home page, we can go below our initial box, and then there we can create a new stack. This stack is going to have a property of MT margin top of 25 pixels to divide it from the top cards, a width of 100%, a direction equal to an object of on small devices column, and on large devices, meaning LG, row. So this means that we're going to have it next to each other on big devices, but on smaller devices, they're going to appear one below another. Great. With that said, inside of there, we can render two different components. Total revenue, which is our huge chart, a self-closing component, as well as property referrals, which is this smaller chart. With that said, if we save it and go back, we should be able to see just the texts, but if we dive into this component by control-clicking it, we can now start developing the total revenue chart. Great. To start creating our total revenue chart, we can go back to Home and to the pie chart to quickly grab some of the imports right here. We're gonna get the imports from the Apex charts and the one from Refine MUI. So we can go back and we can paste them right here. We're gonna also need one icon that's going to be import, arrow, circle, up, rounded, and that is coming from add MUI/icons-material. We're gonna also need the chart config, so we can say import total revenue options from /chart.config. And there's one more config that's going to be total revenue series, also coming from chart config. If we quickly explore those, you're gonna see that these are the ones that we provided at the start of the video. That's simply some data for us to show in the chart. Later on, you can make this dynamic, but for now, we're gonna use this chart config. With that said, let's start by wrapping everything in a box, as we always do in MUI applications. This box is going to have some padding, so we can say p is equal to 4. Then we can give it a flex of 1. We can set the BG color to be equal to #FC. We can also give it an ID equal to chart. We can give it a display equal to flex, a flex direction equal to column, and a border radius equal to 15 pixels. There we go. This is just our card. Now, what do we have to have in this card? Let's look at the design. So we have the total revenue, and then we have last month, running month. This is gonna come with our chart. And then we have the revenue and the chart itself. So with that in mind, let's create a new typography. This typography is going to say total revenue. And now we can style it a bit by giving it a font size equal to 18 pixels. Of course, that's going to be like this, 18. We can give it a font weight of 600 and a color of #11142D. If we save this, our revenue just grew a bit larger. Great. Now below that, we can create a stack. That stack is going to contain another typography, which we can create right now. And it's going to say $236,535. So we're showing this dollar amount, again, right now static, but you can make it dynamic if you want to. Now let's style that stack by giving it an MY of 20 pixels, that's margin vertical, a direction equal to row, a gap equal to 4, and a flex wrap equal to wrap. Great. And we can also style this typography by giving it a font size of a huge 28 pixels, a font weight equal to 700, and a color equal to #11142D. And if we save that, that's going to look just a bit better. But now, below this typography, we can create another stack. This stack is going to have an arrow circle rounded up, and it's going to have an SX prop equal to an object, where we're going to have the font size equal to 25, and we're going to have a color equal to #475BE8. Let's check it out. There we go. So this is that icon. And then below that icon, we're going to have another stack, a stack within a stack. And that stack is going to have a typography that's simply going to say 0.8%, and we can give it a font size equal to 15, and we can give it a color equal to hash 475B E8. If we save that, you can see the percentage, and we're just trying to achieve this look right here. So finally, we can duplicate this typography. Say, instead of 1.a, we can say than last month, and there we can change the color to 808191. And if we go back, this is looking a bit closer than what we had before. We can also change the font size to 12 to make this a bit smaller. Finally, the stack above has to have a direction equal to row. Now make sure that you're editing this stack right here and not this stack that's wrapping these two elements. So stack, and then we have arrow. That stack has to have a direction of row. Also, align items equal to center. And finally, a gap equal to 1. If we save this, that's gonna look just a bit better. There we go. So the last thing we need is going to be the chart itself. And we can do that below this last stack right here. We can render a React Apex chart, a self-closing chart, that's going to render series equal to total revenue series, like this. We imported that at the top. And then we can render the type. In this case, it's going to be a bar chart. We can set the height to 310, and we can provide options equal to total revenue options. Now, if we save this, the chart appears. Now, as you can see, this is still not looking exactly like it does on the design. It looks a bit stretched out. It has a bit too much height. So let's see where the issue could be. It's most likely going to be in a stack that wraps our chart as well as our typography. So there, instead of doing MY20, which is 20 times the special material AI unit, we just want to do 20 pixels. That's going to make all the difference. There we go. So now if we expand this, we have a beautiful revenue, which also is fully responsive, as you can see right here. So it's going to adapt to any size. And also, just to show you, if we reload, we're going to have a wonderful animation, and we can also hover over it to get more details. We can also click right here to collapse specific pieces, and it's going to nicely animate. Apex Charts really is phenomenal, so I highly recommend you checking it out. But in this case, I prefer this one. With that said, we can move to the second piece, which is property referrals. We can close the total revenue and then go to home and control-click property referrals. Great. To get started with our property referrals, we can once again import the box, the stack, and the typography coming from Pancod Refine MUI. Great. Now, on top of that, we're going to also import a property referrals info, which is coming from constants/index. Great. Let's just spell it properly so we don't have any mistakes later on, and we should be good to go. Now, to get started with property referrals, we can again turn this into a box, and it's going to have almost the same exact properties as the previous box. So let's go to total revenue, and let's simply copy all of these properties, go back, and then add them right here. Now let's see, padding is going to remain 4, flex, in this case we don't need flex, BG color is going to remain the same, ID is fine. In this case we'll have to add a min width of 490, display flex, border radius 15, and flex direction column. Great. Inside of there, we can also have a typography, which is going to be the same as in the total revenue. So we can simply copy it, go back, and paste it right here. That's a typography with a font size of 18, font weight of 600, and the color of 1142D. And it's going to say not total revenue, but rather property referrals. There we go. Now if we save this, we should be able to see that box appear right here below. And there, below this typography, we want to add a stack. That stack is going to have an MY of 20 pixels. a direction of column, and a gap of 4. And inside of there, we want to map over all of these bars. So if you look at this, we're going to have a couple of different bars. Each bar is going to have a name or a title, a percentage, and then this bar that's going to represent the percent filled. So to make our life a bit easier, we're going to create a new component called progress bar. Const progress bar is equal to an arrow function, or rather a functional component with an instant return, meaning just put parentheses right here. And we're going to pass a couple of props to it. We're going to pass a title, a percentage, and a color. And since we're in TypeScript, we have to define this as an interface. So right here, we can say interface, progress bar props. And that's going to be a title of string. It's also going to have a percentage of number, and it's going to have a color of string. And now we can define our progress bar props as progress bar props. Great. Now, how is our progress bar going to look like? Well, first we have to have a stack with a title and a percentage on top. So let's create a box element. That box is going to have a width of 100%. Inside of there, we're going to have a stack, and that stack is going to have a direction equal to row, because here social media is on the left side, and then we have on the right side a percentage. It's also going to be align items equal to center, and justify content is going to be space dash between, as you can see right here, social media on the left side and percentage on the right side. Inside of there, we want to have two different typographies. So typography 1 is going to simply render the title, and we can give it some styles. Font size of 16, font weight of 500, and finally a color of #11142D. And finally, we can duplicate this typography below, render the percentage, and add a percentage sign after that. Now, if we save this and go back, nothing is going to show because we're not using this progress bar yet. So right here below, let's loop over all of our property referrals info, call a .map on it, get each individual bar, and for each bar, return a progress bar self-closing component to which we can pass a key equal to bar.title, and we can spread out all of the rest of bar properties. Now, this property referrals info is simply an array of a lot of different titles, percentages, and colors copied from this design right here. So if we go back, and now we should be able to see social media 64, marketplace 40, and so on. Great. But now we have to implement the bar itself, this part. So that's going to be right below the stack. Right below the stack, we can create another box. That box is going to have a margin 2 to divide it a bit from the top, a position equal to relative, a width of 100%, and a height of only 8 pixels. Finally, a border radius of 1, and a BG color equal to #E4, E8, EF. And finally, inside of there, we can render a box. That box is going to be a self-closing component. It's going to have a width equal to a template string of percentage, and then we can add a percentage sign at the end. And most importantly, it's going to have a BG color equal to color. Now, if we save this and go back, we can already see empty bar lines. Now, the only thing we have to do is give it a position equal to absolute, and this is going to make the colors appear on top of these elements. Of course, after giving it a height of 100% and a border radius of 1. There we go. So now we can see those items appear right there, and you can see we are not in the full width right now of the browser, but still everything looks and feels so nice. And if we expand it further, you can see how nicely it appears on the right side right here. The one thing that we're missing is the spacing between between the total revenue and property referrals. So if we collapse this, we can now close the property referrals since we're done with that. On this stack, wrapping the revenue and property referrals, we can add a gap property of 4. And that's going to give us a gap between those two elements. There we go. It just appeared. So if we expand it, you can see how beautiful this is. We have our fully animated charts right here. We also have our charts on the top, and we have property referrals on the right side. This is all a process of creating a dashboard, but now we're going to dive into creating properties, and that's where we dive into the full stack part of this application. If I open up our Figma design, you can see that now we're going to start working with property lists, meaning we have to be able to create those properties, read them, update them, and delete them. So we're diving into an interesting part of this video right away. For now, we can be happy with the dashboard. We can close our home and go to our app, and we can start implementing our first ever resource, our property. So instead of rendering this MUI dummy component, we can render a list of all properties. And if you remember correctly, that was one of the pages that we imported at the top. As a matter of fact, while we're still here, let's put all of our pages to use. We're going to show all properties on a list. But if we want to show an individual property, then we can show property details. If we want to create a property, we're going to render create property. And if we want to edit property, we're going to render the edit property page. Refine provides all of these out of the box, so you don't have to worry about CRUD functionalities. You just have to create pages that implement it, and then everything is going to work right out of the box. So now if we go to properties, you can see all properties. And then later on, once we re-navigate to one of these individual properties, Refine is automatically going to render the property details. Now we can do a similar thing with our agent. We're going to render a list of agents, and we're going to render a show of agent profile. For our review, that's just a dummy list item, so we can re-navigate it back to home. Same thing for message. But then our profile is a real component where we can render the my profile page. Great. With that said, we can now navigate between all of those pages, which is looking great. And we're going to start with implementing all properties first. So we can close our app TSX, and we can go to, that's going to be pages and all properties. We're finally diving into the action. To get started with creating our properties, we're first going to import a couple of things. Our properties are going to be the first page, which we're going to code completely on our own. So let's get started. First, we can import an add icon coming from, that's going to be add MUI / icons - material. Then we're going to import a special hook called use list. This is going to allow us to fetch all of the properties later on, and that is coming from add pancod / refine - core. Then we're going to import a couple of things from MUI. That's going to be a box, a stack, and a typography coming from add pancod / refine - MUI. And finally, we're going to import a hook called use navigate, and that's coming from add pancod / refine - react - router - v6. As you can see, all of these features are provided to us by Refine, so we don't have to worry about setting up MUI manually or setting up React router. Great. Finally, we can import two components which we're going to use later on, the property card as well as the custom button coming from components. Great. Now inside of here, we can immediately initialize some hooks. For example, const navigate is equal to use navigate, and we call it as a hook. I just noticed that I misspelled it, so that's going to be navigate. There we go. And we can fix it right here. And immediately, if you reload, we're going to get an error saying that the React hook use navigate is called in all properties, which is not a React functional component. but technically it is. There's just one slight mistake. When we were using that snippet of code, it created all properties with a lowercase first letter. But since it is a component, we have to rename it to all properties where A has to be capitalized. And there we go. Now we're good because our IDE knows that we're working with the React component. Great. Now we can start creating the layout of our application. So that's going to be inside of a return, and we can see that we don't have access to a custom button because I misspelled it. That is supposed to be an N at the end. And there we go, we're good. So instead of this div, we're going to have a box element. And within that box, we're going to have a stack element. That stack is going to have a direction equal to row, a justify content equal to space dash between, and align items equal to center. Inside of there, we can render our typography. This typography is going to say all properties. And we can of course style it a bit by giving it a font size of 25, font weight of 700, and a color of hash 11142D. And we can save that. And we get this wonderful heading. And immediately below that typography, we're going to create our custom button. It is going to be a self-closing component, and we can pass a couple of props to it. We're first going to pass a title equal to add property. Then we're going to add a handle click functionality, which for now we can leave as an empty callback function. Then we can pass a background color equal to hash 475B E8. And then we can pass a color, which is going to be FC, FC, FC. And finally, we can pass an icon, which is going to be a self-closing component of add. Great. Now we can immediately see that TypeScript says, hey, you cannot pass a title to a custom button because it's not accepting it. So let's move into creating a custom button, and we can add custom props to it. So right here, we can import a button coming from, that's going to be add pancad /refine-MUI. Then we can also import our custom button props coming from interfaces /common. And if you control click into it, you can notice that our custom button has a type, but that type is not needed sometimes. And it has title, background color, color, full width, icon, and so on. So now our button knows what we need. So let's get all of those props by saying type, title, background color, color, full width, and finally icon, and most importantly, handle click. And then we can say colon custom button props. We're saying the props are going to follow this structure. And with that said, the error is gone. But now at the top right, we have a text saying custom button, so let's implement it. We can simply return, in this case, a button of course. So that's going to be a button component. And that button is going to render the icon. So we can render the icon right here, and we're going to render the title just below. If we save this, immediately we should see add property, which looks much better. But now let's style it further. That button is going to have an SX property, which is used for styling, and it's going to have a flex. If it is full width, then it's going to have 1. Usually it's going to be unset. Then we also want to give it a padding of 10 pixels horizontal and then 15 pixels vertical. We also want to give it a width, which is going to be if full width. Then we want to give it 100%. Otherwise, we can say fit-content. Then we can also give it a min width of 130. We can give it a background color equal to the background color we passed, as well as color equal to the color we passed through props. Then we can give it font size of 16, font weight of 600, gap of 10 pixels, text transform equal to capitalize, and we can do and $hover, so meaning on hover, we want to set the opacity to 0.9, like this, as numbers. And then we can also give it the same background color. There we go. Finally, the last thing we have to do below the SX prop is we can pass an onClick equal to handle click, meaning whatever we pass to it, it's going to do that thing. Now, if we save it, you can see we have this wonderful button, add property. And right now, it doesn't do anything. But if we go back to all properties, we can add a real handle click to it. And that handle click is going to use the navigate hook. So we can say navigate, and we want to navigate to /property /create. But now that I think about it, better thing would be to say properties create. This way we're following better CRUD naming conventions. So we have to fix that somewhere. And that is going to be in the app.tsx. Right here, under all of our resources, see how we name this property? Well, this right here is going to be properties. This is going to be agents, reviews, messages. My profile is fine. So we always want to use plural when we talk about specific resources in our CRUD REST APIs. Immediately changing this, change the route. So if we now go back and click properties, it's going to re-navigate us to the correct route now. And we can go back, and we're no longer going to navigate to property, but rather properties. Now, if we click right here, you can see we have properties create, and that opened up a new page. Now, how did it know to show create property at the route properties create? Well, it's as easy as checking our app.tsx and checking out the resources. Right here, we added everything it needs to know. The name properties, which is going to correspond to this URL, the list showing on all properties, meaning just properties, and then create is going to be on the properties /create, and then we render the create property page. Wonderful. Now, I would want to keep doing the old properties and now show them, but we cannot do that as there's nothing to show. So first, we're going to focus on the create property, then we're going to connect it to the backend, and then we can finally work on showcasing those properties. To get started with our create property, we can first import a useState hook, coming of course from React. We can also import a useGetIdentity hook coming from @pancod/refine-core. This hook will allow us to easily get all of the user-related properties, such as name, email, and profile photo. We can also import field values, and most importantly, the useForm hook coming from @pancod/refine-react-hook-form, like this. Really soon, you'll see how powerful the useForm hook is. After that, we can import the useNavigate hook, which is coming from React Router v6. And then finally, we can import the form component coming from components/common/form. This is a component we are yet to create. Before starting with the layout, we can first initialize all of the hooks at the top. So that's going to be const navigate is equal to useNavigate. And as soon as we do that, you're going to get an error saying you cannot create a hook inside of something that's not a React function. And the reason why our IDE thinks that is because we called it with a lowercase starting letter. So we have to change this to create property with a capital C. And we're good. After that, we can say const data and then rename it as user is equal to useGetIdentity. This will allow us to get all the user info because we need to know who is creating this current property. After that, we're going to have a hook, which is going to be a useState, more specifically called property image and set property image. And that's going to be equal to a useState hook, which is going to be at the start an object that's going to have a name equal to an empty string and a URL equal to an empty string. If you think about it, all of our properties will have some kind of photos attached to them, so we need to be able to store that state in a photo. But absolutely everything else besides our photo is going to be handled by, that's going to be equal to use form, hook coming directly from Refine. So what specifically can we get from that hook? Well, let's expand our Visual Studio Code just a bit, and then let me show you what we can get. Let's type refine core, and from there, we can destructure the on finish, as well as the form loading. So you immediately know if the form is loading and when we are done. Now, next to refine core, we can also get the register, through which we can register every single input or text field. And then we're gonna also get the handle submit, so we can submit everything and send it to the server. That is it. A lot of functionality packed in this incredibly useful hook. Now let's collapse this back right here, and we are ready to start creating the layout. Believe it or not, our entire create property is going to be consisted of one single self-closing component, and that is form. So right here inside of the form, we can start sending many different properties. First of all, we're gonna send a type equal to create, because later on, we're gonna reuse the same form for the edit functionality. That's the primary reason why we're creating the separate component for the form in the first place. Now we also want to pass register equal to register, on finish equal to on finish. We're gonna also pass the form loading equal to form loading. We can pass the handle submit equal to handle submit. And finally, we can pass the property image equal to property image. Now, there are two additional things we have to pass, and these are going to be extra functions which we're going to create. The first function is going to be called handle image change. And for now, we can simply leave it as an empty React arrow function. And below that, we can create const on finish handler. And that's also for now going to be an empty arrow function. Great. Now we can pass those as well. So right below handle submit, we can pass the handle image change is equal to handle image change. And finally, we can pass on finish handler is equal to on finish handler. Now, as you can see, we're immediately getting the error right on the type property. And that's because if you now control click into the form, you can see there's nothing there. So we of course have to set up our props and TypeScript interface for our form properties. So let's do that right away. Inside of a form, we're gonna import a lot of properties from MUI. That's going to be a box, a typography, which is just a text element. But in this case, we're gonna have a form control as well, a form helper text. Then we're gonna have a text field, a text area, auto size, a stack, a select, a menu item, and finally a button. And all of this is coming from pancad/refine-MUI. Now, as we discussed, we also have to get the form props coming from interfaces/common. And let's also get our custom button since we worked so hard on creating it. So that's going to be custom button from /custom button. Great. So now let's grab all of the props that we passed from the create property. So right here inside of the props, that's going to be a type, register, handle submit, handle image change, form loading, on finish handler, and property image. And all of that is going to be of an interface form props. So now TypeScript shouldn't complain. Let's see what we have here. That's property image. Property register does not exist on type form props. And if you save, you can see that TypeScript is no longer complaining, which means that we're good to proceed with creating our actual form. So to do that, we're first going to wrap everything inside of a box. That box, inside of it, is going to have a typography. So let's create a new typography element. And that typography is simply going to say type a property. Now, of course, that doesn't mean type a property, but type is rather the type of the form. It's either create or edit. In this case, it says create a property. Great. Now let's make it just a bit bigger by giving it a font size equal to 25, a font weight equal to 700. Let's also give it a color equal to #11142D, and let's save it. That should give us a pretty title. Great. Now below that, we can create a box that's going to act as a wrapper for our form. It's going to have a margin top or empty of 2.5 divided a bit from the typography above. We're going to give it a border radius of about 15 pixels. Let's also give it a padding of 20 pixels. And most importantly, a BG color equal to #FC FC FC. If we save that, we'll be able to just barely see our form, and this is where all the inputs will go. So inside of the box, we can finally create a form component. To that form, we can pass a style of margin top is 20 pixels. We can also give it a width of 100%. We can give it a display equal to flex. And it looks like I missed a comma right here. And finally, after display flex, we can give it a flex direction equal to column, since we're going to show all of our text fields one on top of another, and finally a gap of 20 pixels. Now, if we save this, you won't be able to see anything because there's nothing in it. And finally, we're going to have an onSubmit on our form, which is for now going to be equal to handle submit. Remember, this was created for us by Refine, and then to it, we can pass the onFinish handler. Again, everything is already done for us. We'll simply have to pass the right things when we call the onSubmit. And inside of the form, we can start creating our inputs. So let's create our first form control. A form control is an element that wraps the form helper text. And also it wraps the text field, so they act together as one. Text field is going to be a self-closing component. It looks like this. So if we save this, and if we write something in this form control, something like enter property name, you can see that we have a text field and we have the helper text. So the user knows what to type in. Now let's style them. Now to style it, we can give it an SX property equal to font weight of 500. We can give it a margin of 10 pixels on top and bottom and 0 on left and right. Let's also give it a font size of 16. And finally, let's give it a color equal to #11142D. Now, if we save this, that's going to look just a bit better. And we can start creating our first text field. This text field is going to be of a full width. It's also going to be required. We can give it an ID equal to outline-basic. We can give it a color equal to info. And we can give it a variant equal to outline. Now, if we save this, we're going to just have a bit of a better looking input. Now, if we save this, you can see that our input is looking great. And now for the most important part, we can spread ... register, and then we can call it as a function and pass the title of that text field. In this case, it's title. And we can set the required equal to true. This is the only thing you have to do to manage the data or to manage the state of that input. Refine is going to handle everything else once you call the handle submit handler. Great. With that said, we can proceed to our second form control. And since it is really similar to this one, let's simply take this one and duplicate it below. The form helper text is going to be the same, but rather it's just going to say property description, and we can save that. But instead of having a text field, we're going to have a text area auto size. So let's delete the text field and let's create a text area auto size. It's also going to be a self-closing component. We can set min rows to 5. And if we save that, that's already going to look just a bit different. We can also give it a required property, a placeholder equal to right description. That's good. We can give it a color equal to info, and we can give it a style. Now bear with me, we're gonna give it a width of 100%. Let's give it a background equal to transparent. Let's give it a font size equal to 16 pixels to make it a bit bigger. We can give it a border color equal to RGBA 000 and then 0.23 for the A, for the opacity. We can close that string right here. We can give it a border radius of 6 to make it a bit rounded. And let's save it and see how does it look like right now. Okay, that's just a bit better. After the border radius, we can give it some padding, like 10, and we can change the color to hash 919191. And if we save that, this is looking much better. Finally, to register it, we can simply copy the registration from the last input and paste it here. Register, this time not the title, but rather the description. Great. Now, after our text area auto size and after form control still being inside of the form, we're going to create a stack. And that stack is going to have a direction set to row, as well as a gap of 4. Inside of it, we want to create yet another form control. This form control is going to have an SX property equal to flex set to 1. And then inside of it, we can create a form helper text. Form helper text, we already created these before. And we can give it an SX property of font weight of 500, a margin of 10 pixels and then 0, a font size of 16, and a color of hash 11142D. And finally, we can say select property type. Now, if we save this, we'll just see another one of these helper texts. But below that, we're not gonna have a text area, we're not gonna have a text field, we're gonna have a select element. So just below the form helper text, let's create a new select element. That select is going to have a few props, so we can expand this, give it a variant equal to outlined, we can give it a color equal to info, display empty, required, input props is going to be equal to an object where we can say area-label is going to be set to a string of without label, like this. And then default value is going to be apartment. So right here, we can say apartment. And of course, there's going to be an equal sign right here. Great. And apartment is spelled with 1P, so let's fix that right here. Finally, we need to register this property as well, and that's going to be as simple as saying ... register property type, and required is set to true. And with that, you'll see this select element, which right now is empty, so we have to provide some menu items to it. Let's do that right away by creating our first menu item. That menu item is going to have a value equal to apartment, the title equal to apartment with a capital A. Now, if we save that, you should be able to see our first and only option. Now we can repeat this for all of our property types. So let's duplicate this maybe 8 more times below. And also let's expand this just a bit so we can see it better in one line. There we go. So the second one is going to be a villa. So let's type villa right here. Then we're gonna have a farmhouse. Again, farmhouse with a capital F. Then we're gonna have a condos. There we go. Again, condos with a capital C. After that, we're gonna have a townhouse and a townhouse with a capital T. We're gonna have a duplex. So let's type a duplex right here. A duplex. We're gonna have a studio as well as a studio right here. And finally, we can have a chalet like this. And there we go. Now, if we save this, you should be able to select between all of these elements. And for this, we're using Material UI. They make this so easy. Now, below or next to our property type, we want to have another one of these text fields. So let's go to our first text field, which was just the basic title, and let's copy the form control for the entire title. We can go down and we can paste it just below this form control, wrapping the select. We're going to keep all of this the same. We're just going to change the form helper text to enter property price. And when it comes to changing things in the text field, everything is going to be the same, but we're going to also add a type equal to number, since we're talking about a price. And right here, we're going to register it as a price input. And if we save this, you can see we have enter property price on the right side. And if we collapse this, you can see everything is still fully responsive, even on smaller screens. With that said, we can copy the same form control we just created and go below this form control and below the stack. And there we can create one more form control that's going to say enter location. So right here we can say enter location, and it's not going to be a type number, so we can remove that. And we can just say register location. There we go. So now we should have location as well. And this is already looking like a real form. Finally, below that form control, we can create one stack. This stack is going to have a direction equal to column, as well as a gap equal to 1, and a justify content equal to center, as well as a margin bottom of 2. Inside of there, we want to create our button that's going to be used to upload the photo. But first, to style it better, we're going to create another inner stack. That stack is going to have a direction equal to row, as well as a gap equal to 2. Inside of there, we can create a typography element, and that typography can say property photo. We can style it a bit by giving it a color equal to #11142D, a font size of 16, a font weight of 500, and a margin Y, meaning on top and bottom, 10 pixels. If we save this, that's going to give us an error, and that's because I missed a T on weight. So if we fix that, we should be able to have a property photo down below. And with that, we can create our button. So, still inside of the stack, just below the typography, let's create a button component. That button is going to say upload, and then we can put an asterisk right here, meaning it is mandatory. And we can start styling it by setting the component equal to a label and giving it an SX property equal to width set to fit-content. Color is going to be set to #2ED480. And we can say text transform is going to be set to capitalize to make it like a call to action button, and we can give it a font size of 16 for it to be more easily noticeable. Great, let's save that. Okay, that's looking great. And below that, or inside of that, we can create an input. That input is going to be a self-closing hidden property or tag. And we can say accept is equal to image and then /**, meaning everything. Type is going to be set to file, and then onChange is going to be set to a callback function where we get an event, and then we can call handle image change, and then we can call it with e.target.files0. So we want to pass the first and only image to it. Now you can see that TypeScript is complaining that we might not have a file right here, that maybe it is null, but we'll make this field mandatory, meaning it will have to be filled. So for now, we can simply create a comment and say add ts-ignore. That's going to ignore that warning right here. Great. Now below the button and then below the stack, we can create one final typography. This typography is going to say property image question mark dot name. So we're going to simply render the name of that uploaded image. We can give it a font size equal to 14, a color equal to hash 808191, and we can give it an SX property of word break equal to break-all. Great. Now if we save this, you cannot see it now, but if we upload something, you will be able to see the name of that photo. Below the stack, still inside of the form, we want to create our last and most important button. That's going to be a custom button. It is a self-closing button, and it's going to be of a type is equal to submit. It's going to have a title. If we are loading the form, then it's going to say submitting ... else it's going to say submit. And finally, it's going to have a background color equal to hash 475BE8, and it's going to have a color equal to hash FC. And if we save that, you can see it right here. Great. With that said, we have completed our entire form, and it's looking great. So now if we expand it, you can see it is fully responsive and it looks great, even on mobile devices. And we are ready to start testing it out. So now we have the form, we have the create property, but of course we have to do the logic to connect it, handle image change, and onFinish handler. These are the two last missing pieces of the puzzle. So when it comes to the handle image change, I'm gonna make this one easy for you. Down in the description below, in that same GitHub gist, you'll be able to find the finished handle image change function code, so you can simply get it from there and paste it here. The reason why we're doing this is because this is simply some regular JavaScript file reader stuff. We're simply getting the file and then we are reading the data from it. Once we read it, we're simply setting it to the state. Nothing more, nothing less. But what really matters and what I want to focus on is the onFinish handler. This is where we're using refine, we're passing all the data that we're getting from the form and finally submitting it so that our backend can create a record in the database and that we can experience all of the best CRUD functionalities. We can start by accessing all of the data that we have from our form. So we can say data, and that is going to be of a type field values. Great. Then we can check if there is no property image.name. That means that the user hasn't uploaded the image. So in that case, we can return an alert saying, please select an image. And finally, if we do have an image, we can await onFinish. Remember, that's coming from refine, and we can pass everything to it. By everything, I mean an object inside of which we can spread all of our data from inputs. We can add our photo, which is equal to property image.url, and we can add the email of the user that created that property that's equal to user.email. Remember, that's again coming from refine's use identity hook. Great. And of course, since we're using await here, we have to make this function async. Great. And this alone should allow us to create our post. But if you think about it, this is only allowing us to pass the data to the right backend endpoint. And since we're building a full stack application, it is our job to create that backend, to create that endpoint that's going to listen for this request, to create a record in the database, and then to showcase it later on the front end. And that's exactly what we're going to do next. Now we are at a breaking point. We are at the point where we can start creating our backend. So let's go ahead and close all of our currently open files and open up the File Explorer. To start creating our backend from scratch, we can right-click here in the Explorer, create a new folder called Server. We can then go to View and then Terminal. Make sure that you cd ... to move to the root of our directory and then cd to server so that we are in here. Now we can run npm init-y. This is going to initialize an empty package.json. Now, while we're here, we can also add a type is equal to module right here. That's going to allow us to use the modern import-export syntax. And we also have to install a couple of dependencies. So let's clear the terminal and run npm install. We're gonna need Cloudinary, and we're gonna use that to serve our images. Then we're gonna have course for cross-origin requests. We're gonna have .env for safely storing our environment variables. Of course, Express and Mongoose, as well as NodeMon. With that said, you can run this command. It should take just about a minute, and then we can move into the package.json to see if all of the dependencies have been installed correctly, and it seems they have. Now, we also need to change our scripts. So from test, what we can do is we can create a start script, which is simply going to run a command nodemon index. This is going to make sure that our server gets started, gets spinning. With that said, we need to create that starting index file in the server. So right click right here, new file, and do index.js. Inside of here, we can import, of course, Express from Express, which we'll be using to create routes for our entire application. Then we can import everything as .env from .env. This allows us to use environment variables. We're gonna also import course from course for cross-origin requests. Now we can configure .env by running the .env.config and calling it as a function. And we can also initialize our app by saying const app is equal to express, and we call it as a function. We also need to say app.use, which is the way we're adding middleware to our application, and there you can use course. And also, we can add an additional piece of middleware by saying app.use express.json, and then inside of there, you can pass limit is 50 megabytes. We want to specify the limit for the files we'll be sending from the front end. And we can create a dummy route. App.get is just / meaning our root route. And then we have a callback function of request and response that looks like this. For now, we can simply do res.send message is equal to hello world. That way we know that our backend is running. Finally, we have to start the server. So let's create a new function, const start server is equal to an async function like this. We're gonna have a try and catch block. So if something goes right, we're gonna be in the try, and if we catch an error, it's gonna be caught right here. So if we have an error, we're simply going to console log it. And what do we want to do in the try? Well, we want to try to connect to the database. That is a really important part. And to keep our code tidy, we're going to create a new function and a new folder in the server called MongoDB. And inside of there, we're going to have a function called connect.js. Inside of that connect, we're going to import Mongoose coming from Mongoose. Mongoose is a modeling library for MongoDB. It's going to allow us to make models more easily and schemas. And then we can here create a const connectdb function that accepts a URL or a URI, and it's going to look something like this. Mongoose.set strict query like this is going to be set to true. This is going to save us later on. After that, we want to run mongoose.connect like this, and we want to pass the URL. Now, this is an async function, so we can chain a .then on it, and if we're successful, we can simply type console.log MongoDB connected. Otherwise, we can catch an error and simply console log it. And of course, we have to export default connectdb so we can use it within our index. Now, it looks like we have some typing errors right here. Mongoose.set expected something else. I think we should be good. Hopefully, we're not going to have problems with Visual Studio Code because this syntax indeed is valid. Great. So what we can do now is go back to index, and we can import connectdb coming from /MongoDB /connect. And since we're not in React, I think we have to specify the extension as well. That's connect.js. Now we can use this function, connectdb, right here inside of the start server. We want to connect to the DB, and then in here, we need to pass a special MongoDB URL. Right now, we don't have it, so that's going to be the next step. Let's go to MongoDB Atlas to get it. You can visit mongodb.com/atlas/database and then click try for free. In my case, I already have an account, so I'm gonna sign in. You can log in or register using Google or GitHub. Once you register or log in, you should be able to see something like this. You should find a place where you can create a new project. In this case, we're going to name our project Yariga, which is the name of our real estate application, and I'm going to click Create Project. Now, inside of here, we'll have to build a database, so click that button, and we're going to choose a shared free cluster. It's going to ask you a couple of questions. Choose the region closest to you, and click Create Cluster. Now, you'll have to enter a username and a password. In this case, I'm going to do JavaScript Mastery, and I'm going to choose my password. Make sure to remember this password because we'll have to use it later on within our code. Great, that's it when it comes to Quick Start. Now we can go to Network Access and make sure to click Add IP Address and then Allow Access from Anywhere. This is going to allow us to access our database now locally, but also later on once we deploy our application. Great. Finally, we can go to Database, Connect, and then we want to connect using your application. And in here, you're going to get your URL, but as you can see, you'll have to replace your password right here. So let's copy it. And now, inside of the server, you have to create a new .env file. We called it MongoDB URL. So let's do MongoDB_URL is equal to, and then you can pass your URL. Again, as you can see, you'll have to type in your password right here. I chose 123.123a, like this. Make sure to type in your own password and your own username for this to work. Great. Now that we have that, we are now referencing that MongoDB URL right here by saying process.env.mongodb_URL, and we are trying to connect to our database. Once we are connected, we can then run app.listen on port 8080 like this. And once we are listening, we can create a callback function that's going to console.log and say something like server has started on port 8080. You can even type http://localhost:8080. That way you'll be able to click it. And since we have this function, we can of course call it start server. And this is all that we need to properly connect to the database and start our server. So let's close all the currently open files. Let's go to View and then Terminal, and let's run npm start. If everything goes right, well, this is not right? So it says mongoose.set unexpected token. This is what I was scared about. It looks like it is giving us some issues right here, even though the syntax seems to be correct. Oh, it is not correct. I had a mistake. Hopefully you caught that much earlier than I did. Right here, we're missing an end of an arrow for our function. So hopefully you caught that. Mistakes and typos happen. Now we can stop it from running by pressing Ctrl C and then Y, and we can simply run npm start one more time, and hopefully now everything goes smoothly. Still, it didn't. It looks like strict policy or strict query was not typed right. This right here was supposed to be strict. So hopefully you caught that as well. And third time's the charm. If we run it one more time, hopefully it's going to work. There we go. Server started on localhost 8080, MongoDB connected. Now you can hold Control and click this URL. And you should be able to see a JSON output that says message hello world, which means that we are live. Also, in this quick process, I also taught you how to create a new MongoDB database cloud cluster, which essentially is completely free and allows you to store data on the cloud. With that said, we're now done with the MongoDB function, but we are yet to create our models or schemas for the data we'll be using later on. So let's right-click MongoDB, create a new folder called models. Inside of our models, we're going to have a user.js model. So what we can do is import mongoose from mongoose, And then we can say const user schema is equal to new mongoose.schema. And then we pass an object for options. There we can have a name, which is going to be of a type is equal to string and required equal to true. Then we're going to have the email, also a string and also required. Finally, we're going to have an avatar, which is going to be also a type string and also required. That's the photo. And then we're going to have all properties. Every user will have a list of their own properties. So this right here is going to be an array. So make sure to put it in square brackets. An array of objects where type is going to be of mongoose.schema.types.object.id. So we're going to have a type of object ID, and it's going to be a reference, a ref to a property object like this. Great. That's it for our user schema. So we have to create it into a model right now by saying const user model is equal to mongoose.model called user based on the user schema. And then we can export default user model. Great. And let's fix the spelling right here. Great. Now we can create another model called property.js. We have to follow the same rules. That's going to be import mongoose from mongoose. Then we can const property schema is equal to new mongoose.schema. And then we can start giving it properties. It's going to have a title, which is going to be of a type string and required equal to true. It's going to have a description, also string required to true. It's going to have a property type, which is going to be also, believe it or not, a string and required to true. Then it's going to have a location, which is going to be a string required to true. It's going to have a price, which is going to be of a type number and required to true. It's going to have a photo, which is going to be of a type string because it's a URL and required to true. And finally, it's going to have a creator, which is going to be of a type mongoose.schema.types.object.id, and then we are referring it to a user that created it. So we have a two-way reference. A user can create multiple, as you can see this is an array, multiple posts or properties, and one property can belong to one user or a creator. Finally, we can say const property model to define the model out of that schema by saying mongoose.model property based on the property schema. And finally, we can export default property model. Great. Now we can use those models to create the instances of these documents in our database. So we have MongoDB, we have models, we have index, but we don't yet have the routes. If you remember correctly, on the front end, we said something like /API/v1/properties, and then maybe /create, we'll have to see. But we have to have this route. Right now, we only have /localhost 8080 and just /. That's it. Nothing's there. So let's go ahead and create the routes for our application by creating a new folder on our server called routes. Inside of our routes, we're gonna have a new property.routes.js. And we can create one for our users by saying user.routes.js. Inside of here, we're gonna import Express coming from Express. And then we have to import all the controllers. Now, if you're new to the backend development, you might be wondering, what is a controller? Route is pretty much self-explanatory, right? It's a specific route we can visit or ping from the front end. But what is the controller? Well, to simplify my explanation, MDN Web Docs comes to rescue, especially Express Tutorial Part 4, Routes and Controllers. Right here, we can see that from the front end, we're gonna make an HTTP request right here. Then that's going to be forwarded to routes. And then every single route is going to forward the request to the appropriate controller right here. And then that controller is the one that's connected to the models and the database. Controller is the logic for each route, and the route is just the endpoint. So before creating routes, we also have to create controllers. So let's say controllers, and then let's create two separate files. That's going to be property.controller.js and also user.controller.js. Let's start by defining all of the controllers for the user. First, we have to import user coming from /mongodb/models/user.js. And a controller is nothing more than a simple function. So we can say const get all users. That's going to be one of the controllers. And controllers are usually asynchronous because it takes some time to do something with the database. For now, we're going to leave it as an empty callback function. Then we can create the second one, const create user is equal to async rec res. Then we can create another one, which is going to be called const get user info by ID, like this. That's also going to be an async empty function for now. And that's it. We need to be able to create the user, get all users, and get user info by ID. Finally, we need to export them by saying export, get all users, create user, and then get user info by ID. Great. Now we can repeat the procedure for properties. Inside of here, we're going to also import the property model. That's going to be property coming from /mongodb/models/property.js. And in this case, we'll also have to have the user model. So we can say import user from MongoDB models user.js. And let's create those controllers. Const get all properties is equal to an async function where we have a rec and a res and a callback function, which right now doesn't do anything. Then we're going to have another one, const get property detail is equal to an async rec and res function like this. Then after that, we're going to have a create property. Const create property is equal to an async rec and res function as before. And then also we need to have an update property. Const update property is equal to an async rec and res empty function for now. Again, we're working with full CRUD functionalities. So the last missing piece is const delete property is equal to async rec and res. And with that said, we have get everything, get detail, create, update, delete. That is it. Create, read, update, and delete. Full CRUD. So we can say export, and we can export get all properties, get property detail, create property, update property, and delete property. Great. Now we can utilize all of these controllers inside of our routes. Let me show you how that's going to work. We can start with our user routes first, and here we can import create user, get all users, and get user info by ID, and we can import all of that from /controllers/user.controller.js. Then we can initialize an instance of a router by saying const router is equal to express.router, and then we call it as a function. And finally, we can start creating our routes. We're going to have as many routes as many we have controllers. So that's going to be router.route, in this case /, and then .get, and then we're going to get all users, like this. Now we can duplicate this 2 times. The second one is also going to be on the /, but it's going to be a post. So we're going to call a create user controller. And then the third one is going to be on /:ID, meaning once we reach a specific ID, then we want to get user info by ID. And finally, you need to export that router. So export default router. Hopefully, all of this makes sense now. We do have a couple of folders, a couple of files, everything divided in a couple of places, but that's for a good reason. Imagine if you had all the routes and all the controls in one place. It would be a mess. But like this, we know that we have our user routes and each route corresponds to a specific function we're going to call from within our user controller. Now we can repeat the procedure for our property routes. There, we can import Express from Express. We can also import all of the different controllers. First one being create property. Then we're going to have delete property, get all properties. Then we're going to have get property detail. And the last one is update property. And all of that is coming from /controllers/property.controller.js. And again, make sure to have that extension because I don't think it will work without it. Then we need to create an instance of a router. Const router is equal to express.router, and we can create all of our routes. Router.route/.get, and then that's going to get us all properties. We can duplicate this a couple of times. The second one is going to go to :id. We want to get property detail by that specific ID. The next one is going to be just slash, but it's going to be a post route because we want to create a property. Then we're going to have again a :id, but this time it's going to be a patch route, meaning we want to update a property or patch it up. And finally, we're going to have again a :id, but this time it is going to be a delete. So we can call a delete property controller. Finally, we can export default router. Once again, I hope this makes sense. Imagine if we had all of the controllers in one file, mixed property users, and then all the routes in one file mixed. That would just be a mess. This way, we can know which routes we have that correspond with specific resources. And Refine has done a wonderful job with this because every single resource is listed right here. We have properties, which is great. With that said, we can go back to the index.js of the backend and we can import those routes. So at the top, right below our import connect DB, we can import user router coming from /routes/user.routes.js, and we can also import property router coming from /routes/property.routes.js. And now we can make use of them by calling middleware. So that's going to be app.use/API/v1/users. And then we attach a user router. One more time, app.use/API/v1/properties. And then we pass in the property router. Now all of the routes are hooked up and we are good to go. But whenever we call any one of these routes, be that API v1 properties, and then maybe route to get properties, to get property details, to create a property, it's all going to be good. They're actually going to get called. But if we go into controllers of those properties, you can see that they're not going to do anything. So now is our time to actually implement the logic of creating instances and documents in the database, on creating users, creating properties, and linking it all together. So the fun part begins. Now, even though we were about to create the create property functionality, there is one thing we have to do before. If you think about it, right now, once we log in, that's it. We just log in, but we don't officially create an account in our database. So if we were to proceed with create a property now, we wouldn't be able to link it with a user in our database because it doesn't exist. It just exists right here in the browser. So what we have to do is, now that we have the backend controllers, we can hook up the client side to a server to create a user in the database. And then that user will be able to create a property. So hopefully that order makes sense. And to implement our user creation, we're going to go to app.tsx. And then we're going to scroll a bit up, and you can see right here that we have the login functionality. Right now, yes, we are logging us in and we're setting the user login to local storage, but we're not doing anything with the database, and that's exactly what we will do right now. So once we get this profile object, then we want to save user to MongoDB. Great, so let's get started with that right away. To save our user to the database, we first have to, of course, check if there is a profile object, meaning if a user is logged in. And then if that is the case, we can say const response is equal to await fetch. And then we need to trigger our API by saying http://localhost 8080/API/v1/users. There we want to create a second parameter, which is going to be an object with options. In those options, we need to provide a method, which is going to be a post method because we want to create a user. We also want to provide headers, which in this case will be content type application JSON. And make sure to type it exactly like it is typed here, content capital C, type capital T with a dash in between, and then application JSON. Finally, we can pass our body. Our body is going to be json.stringify, and then we're going to pass in an object. We want to pass a name equal to profileobj.name. We want to pass an email equal to profileobj.email. And finally, we want to pass an avatar equal to profileobj.picture. And with that said, we're passing everything we need. But you can notice that we cannot use an await right here because we're not in an async function. So simply make the login an async function. Great. And then once we get the response back from the database, we can do that right here below closing it. We can say const data is equal to await response.json. This is going to contain the data of our actual user in the database. And then we can do what we're doing here. We can remove this if by checking for the profile object because we already have that. And then we can bring this a bit above inside of this if right here. So we're getting the data, and then we want to set local storage user to be json.stringify .profile_obj, and we also want to pass the avatar, and finally we want to pass the user ID to data._id, and that's all that we need to do. But this is only going to happen if the response is 200. So we can say if response.status is equal to 200, then we can call this entire block of code. And if it is not, meaning else, we can simply say return promise.reject like this. And then we're closing this if statement. And finally, we're going to set our user to the local storage and return promise.resolve. So what we have done is we're not only storing the user in local storage, but we're also creating it in the database. Hopefully that makes sense. And while we're here, why stop there? Why not also look into the logout function? Inside of the logout, we won't have to do a lot because we are not going to actually delete a user once we log it out, so this one is already done. When it comes to the check auth and all of that, that is already all done for us by Refine. So with that said, we successfully have the ability to create the users in the database. Now, to show you, I can log out, and before logging in again, we need to go back to the backend and we need to create our create user controller. So we can go to server, controllers, user.controller.js, and we have to implement the create user function. To do that, we can expand it a bit. We can also get all of the data we just sent from the front end right here. That is name, email, and avatar. And we're going to extract that or destructure that from reg.body. Then we need to check if a user exists in the database by saying const user exists is equal to await user.find 1, and then we want to find it by email. If a user exists, then we can simply return res.status of 200, and then we're going to return a JSON of user exists. This is going to contain the entire data for our user. Else, if a user doesn't exist, we can say const new user is equal to await user.create we're gonna pass in an object containing a name, an email, and an avatar. And finally, we can also return res.status200.json, where we want to return a new user, like this. Great. And we can wrap all of this in a try and catch block, because sometimes something might not go right. So we can wrap it in a try and catch block, put all the code we had so far inside of the try, like so, and then in the catch, we can return an error. That can be res.status of 500.json, where the message is equal to, let's do error.message. Great. And with that said, we have create user functionality. So to show you how it works, we can now sign in, which would not only sign us in locally in the browser, but also within the database. So let's sign in. You're gonna get a Google sign-in form like this. And we are in. But what matters the most is to go to database, to go to your cluster 0, and then to go to collections. Inside of collections, we should be able to see our users. But right now, we cannot seem to see them. So let's go to the console, and we can see an error. It says right here, event emitter memory leak detected, 11 exit listeners added to bus. Interesting. So it seems like our app crashed. Let me try to reload it, and let me try to rerun it again, npm start. Okay, so this error is not related to the login, it happens immediately once we do this. And it seems to be in the user.routes.js. So we simply wrongly imported it, at least it looks like. So let's go to server index.js. That is right here. And it's routes. Here, what I told you, I made a mistake that I was trying to warn you about. You have to add a .js extension at the end. So if we fix this and rerun it one more time, it crashes again. Okay, let's see. Cannot find controller property. Looks like I misspelled that again. So that's going to be in the routes file. Let's go here. And we want to do property. Okay. So again, I want to leave these errors in to show you that typos happen, and we're back and running. Now we can go back to our application. We can log out, and we can sign in one more time, which should create a user in our database. There's the form right here. I'm gonna sign in, and we are in. Nothing happened on the backend, which should make me assume that now if we go right here and refresh, we can see properties 0, but users is still 0, which means that our user wasn't created. So let's see what it was about. Now we're gonna recheck everything. So let's start from scratch. We have a user route to create a user, which is a post route on /, and we can look that right here, API v1 users. There we are calling this specific post route to create a user. Then that right here executes, and we should send back a status of 200. So maybe going back to our app and opening a console right here, we should be able to see what happened. So we have a couple of errors right here, but what we can do is go to the network tab and just try to repeat that same procedure one more time to see what happens. So let's go here, let's reload. Oh, of course it's not going to work. Our app is actually not running. Believe it or not, I closed it when I opened up our backend application. But Refine is so good that apparently it even has some offline functionalities. So we were able to go through everything even when we were offline. That's cool. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna start a new terminal, put it at the start, and we're gonna cd ... and then we can run it with npm run dev. Okay, this was funny. Our client side was offline, so it couldn't actually make any requests to the backend. But now we're gonna be back and running, our server is running, our client will be running soon, and then we'll be able to try it out one more time to create a user in a database. I'm going to close all of the currently open tabs besides our localhost and besides our MongoDB Atlas database. And there we go, we're back right here. I'm gonna open up the terminal and I'm gonna click sign in with Google. That just opened up this window and I'm gonna sign in. There we go. If we go back right here and refresh, we can see our user with a name, email, avatar, and all properties, which is currently an empty array. Wonderful. This works. Now that we have the user, we are ready for that user to go right here. If I zoom this out a bit, go to properties, go to add property, and now we are ready to add the property in this user's account. So to do that, we can go all the way to the backend part, controllers, property controller, and then create property. This is going to be the next controller we'll focus on. Creating a property will be a lot like creating a user. We first have to destructure the properties we're sending from the front end. And these are the title, description. We're gonna also have a property type, right? We're gonna have a location, a price, a photo, and an email. And all of that is equal to rec.body. That's how the front end and the back end speak. Then we're gonna do something really interesting. We're going to start a new session. Now, what is a session? Const session is equal to await mongoose.start session. Mongoose has special sessions, and these sessions ensure that what happens in this create property function is atomic, meaning the entire creation of a property is going to be considered an atomic transaction. What does it mean? It can either work or it cannot work, but we cannot get stuck somewhere in between, and this is what helps to ensure that. So once we start a session, we have to also session.start transaction. And again, this ensures that we go through all the way. Now that we have that put in place, we first have to get the user by email by saying const user is equal to await user.find1 by email. And then we also can do .session and pass in the session. We can make a check. If no user, then we can throw new error, user not found. If there is a user, we have to get their photo and upload it to Cloudinary. So we can say const photo URL is equal to, and now we're diving into the logic of using Cloudinary. So we of course first have to set it up. So let me show you how to set up Cloudinary. First, go to cloudinary.com, the most powerful media API and products, and then click Get Started. There, you can sign up with Google or with GitHub. And once you sign up, you should see a page that looks like this, a dashboard. There we have a cloud name, an API key, and an API secret. We also have an API environment variable. All of these are right here. So let me show you how to collect these and save them. We're gonna need a Cloudinary cloud name, so you can copy it, go to our .env, and right here let's add Cloudinary _cloud_name is equal to this key right here. We can copy the API key as well. That's going to be Cloudinary _API_key equal to this. And finally, we're gonna have a Cloudinary _API_secret. And now we can simply get the secret as well. Great. So now we have all of these variables and we can utilize them when setting up our new instance of Cloudinary. That's going to be at the top of our property controller. So right here at the top, we can import everything as .env from .env, which is going to allow us to use environment variables. And we can also import v2 as Cloudinary coming from Cloudinary. Then we can set up our .env.config, call it as a function, and below that we can call Cloudinary.config, and we can pass in all the necessary keys, such as cloud name, equal to process.env.cloudinary_cloud_name. We also need to provide the API underscore key equal to process.env.cloudinary_API underscore key. And we also need to provide an API secret equal to process.env.cloudinary_API underscore secret. And with that, we have everything we need to move down and get that photo URL of the photo we just uploaded to Cloudinary. And to do that, you simply need to await cloudinary.uploader.upload, and then you simply pass a photo. It is as easy as it can be. And finally, we have to create a new property by saying const new property is equal to await property.create. Remember, we're referring to the property model. And then we can pass an object in that's going to have a title, a description, a property type, a location, a price. It's going to have a photo as well, which is going to be photo URL.url. And finally, it's going to have a creator, which is going to be a user._ID. This is where we're making a connection between a user and a property. Finally, we also need to update the user. So we can say user.allProperties.push, and we want to push the new property._ID to make sure that they are connected. Finally, we want to await user.save to save this new session that we opened. And then we want to await session.commit transaction, meaning we are done with this transaction and we are ready to move on. Finally, we can res.status of 200.json, and we can send the message property created successfully. What we can do as well is wrap this entire thing with a try and catch block. So at the start, we can open up a new try and catch block, take this entire code and put it inside of the try, right here. And then we can finally do the same thing for the catch. By same thing, I mean just returning an error. Res.status of 500.json, and then we can simply pass the message as error.message. And that is it. We successfully created the controller or the logic for creating a property. Now, going back to client, source, pages, and then create property, we have our onFinish to which we're passing the data, and then refine. By refine, I mean the refine's use form and handle submit functions are going to do the rest of the work for us. So let's go ahead and give it a shot. I'm going to collapse this right here, and let's try to create a new property. Let's give it a name of something like Star Sun Hotel and Apartment. Let's write something like lorem ipsum ... Let's make it an apartment and give it a price of 500. And let's enter location something like San Francisco. Finally, let's upload a photo. And by the way, if you want to get some great photos, you can go to the Figma design, go to property, and then right here, you can get any one of these images by simply selecting that image, clicking it a few times, and then going to export, and then you can do 3x to have a better quality. With that said, I'm going to go with this one right here, add an M to lorem ipsum, and submit. Now, as you can see, nothing really happened, and I think I know the reason why. We, inside of the form, have a submit button. That's the thing that triggers everything. And that is our custom button with a type of submit. But if we dive into that custom button, you can notice that we're never ever checking for the type. And this button is simply calling the handle click. So what we can do is we can pass a type to this button, and type is going to be equal to, if type is triple equal to submit, then we're gonna render submit like this. So first we have to do a check, and then once we check, we can do submit, or we can do simply button. Great. Now the error is gone, and we can try resubmitting this one more time. Before we do that, let's open up our terminals, And let's also open up the console so we can see if there are any errors if they appear. So right here, I'm going to simply close the network and everything. Let's go ahead and put this on the right side. And if we submit, we get a 404. And that 404 right here says that we're trying to make a request to some kind of a API fake REST refine.dev properties. But that's not what we want to go for. We have worked hard on creating our own backend API. So there's a simple fix to that. Let's go to our app.tsx, and then on line 129, you'll see this data provider inside of the refine component. There, we have to specify the root of our API. So let's do HTTP ://localhost 8080/API/v1. Let's save that, and let's clear our network, and let's resubmit it one more time. And we got 200 successfully created. That's great. Now at this point, we cannot really see our properties because we haven't yet created the cards for them. But as you can see, property created successfully. We just have to create the card to display that property. So let's collapse this right here. We're going to expand our code editor just a bit right here. And we're going to close all the currently open files, open the file explorer, and go all the way to client, source, pages, all properties, and right here below our custom button and the typography, we have to render or map over all of our properties, and then we can create a property card. So this is getting excited. With that said, let's proceed with fetching all of the posts and displaying them in the all properties section. Below the stack containing our custom button, we can create a box. And this box is going to have an empty or margin top of 20 pixels. It's going to have an SX property for styles. It's going to have a display equal to flex. And it's also going to have a flex wrap equal to wrap. Finally, it's going to have a gap of 3. With that, we should be able to loop over all of our properties. Now, if we're looking into our code, we don't seem to have the properties yet, but let me show you how simple it is to get them using refine. Remember that use list hook we imported before? Well, instead of that, we'll be using use table hook. This hook is much more powerful and will allow us to do pagination, filtering, and sorting all in one hook. Let me show you how we can initialize it. Just below the navigate, we can say const, and then we can destructure something from, or rather is equal to, use table. And what will we destructure? Well, we can destructure the table query result, which is going to contain the data, the is loading, as well as the is error props. These will just allow us to more easily handle and represent the data that we're getting right here. Now, this data should be populated with all of our properties that we have created. But for that to happen, we have to create a new get all properties inside of the property controller page. So let's go there. This one is going to be pretty straightforward. We just have to create a try and catch block. Inside of try, we can say const properties is equal to await property dot find, passing an empty object because we want to find all of them, and then dot limit rec dot query dot underscore end. So we want to simply limit it to however many there are. And then we can send the res.status of 200 and then .json properties. That's it. That's all that we need to get all the properties. And then we can also send an error, which we can copy here below, res.status 500 .json message is error message. Great. And now we can console log the data to see what we have in there. So let's collapse this just a bit. And let's expand our browser as well. Go away from the mobile mode. Let's expand it and go to the console. Now, if we reload the page on the localhost 3000 /properties, you can see that we have data containing an array of one single element, which is our Star Sun Hotel and Apartment that we created in San Francisco. And you might be wondering, how is this even working? Well, since in the app.tsx, we have created our base root route of our API v1 on localhost 8080. And now we are inside of all properties, meaning list right here. The use table hook is so smart that it's going to read the URL automatically, and it's going to know that we want to get the data for the properties resource. And that's exactly what we get. This is why I love Refine. Now let's make use of those properties. You can notice that data is actually within one more object called data. So to get that data or to get all properties, we can say const all properties is equal to data dot data, and then we can say array. This is going to ensure that if we don't have the data, it's going to default to an empty array, so we don't have any errors. And then below that, we can utilize the isLoading and isError states by saying if isLoading, we can return a topography of loading ... and then else if isError, we can return the error right here. And most importantly, we can map over all of our properties right here at the bottom by saying all properties .map. We're going to get each individual property, and then we want to return something instantly, meaning we're going to have this instant return parenthesis right there. And I think we're missing just one here. Now, what do we want to return for each property? Well, it's going to be a property card, a self-closing custom component we have created. And to it, we have to pass a key to make it unique. It's not going to be ID, but rather underscore ID. Then we also have to give it an ID, which is going to be property._ID. We can also pass it a title equal to property.title. We can pass it a price equal to property.price, location equal to property.location, and then we're going to do photo equal to property.photo, and finally a title equal to property.title. These are all the props we have to pass to a property card, and as you can see, TypeScript is complaining again, and that's for a reason. That's because we didn't define these properties on the property card, but also we have a duplicate title property, which I can remove. So let's go into the property card, and let's start setting up all of the imports and props so that TypeScript doesn't complain. We can import something called a place coming from add MUI/icons material. This is simply an icon. We can also import a link coming from add pancad/refine-react router v6, and we can also import a couple of material UI properties. Import typography. Let's do a box, a card media for the image, a card content for the content, and a stat coming from add pancad refine MUI. And finally, we have to import property card props from interfaces property. Then we can accept all of these properties right here by destructuring the ID, the title, the location, the price, and the photo, and we can say we're expecting these props to be of type property card props. And now we can dive into creating our property card. As you can see, right now we have only one property, so let's make it happen. To get started with the layout of our property card, we can wrap it in what it is, and that is a card. Material UI has a special card element, which is going to make the styling of our application much simpler. There, we're going to provide it a component equal to link, meaning once we click on this card, it's going to link us to the property details of that property. Where is it going to link us to? Well, that's going to be /properties, / and then ID of that property. Then we can do some light styling, like giving it a max width right here of something like, let's do 330 pixels. We can also give it some padding, like 10 pixels, And then on hover, meaning we have to put it in a string and put an end sign there, colon hover, we want to give it a box shadow. Now this box shadow accepts many properties, so we can do 0, 22 pixels, 45 pixels, 2 pixels, RGBA, 176, 176, 176, 0.1. I found these values to work the best. So let's do it like this. And finally, we can also give it a cursor of pointer, meaning we can click on it, right? And we can also give it an elevation equal to 0, meaning we don't want any additional shadow on top of it. Now, if we save this, we might not be able to see anything. Oh, we just see a little card right here. That's because we are yet to add the card media. So card media is going to show us our beautiful property that we have entered before. We can set it as a component, meaning img. We can give it a width of 100%. We can give it a height of 210. We can give it an image equal to a photo that we're passing through props. We can give it an alt tag equal to, let's do card image. And let's also do an SX property of border radius of 10 pixels. Now, if we save this, you can see our beautiful property image right here that we used when creating this property. Now, let's go for card content just below card media, and we can collapse this so we can see the changes that we make live. We can open up a new card content element, and inside of there, we're gonna have a stack. That stack is going to be of a direction equal to column, and it's going to have a gap equal to 1. Inside of there, we want to have a typography, and that typography is going to render the title. Below that typography, we're going to have a stack, another one, that's going to have a direction equal to row. It's going to have a gap equal to 0.5, and it's also going to have an align items equal to flex-start. And inside of there, we can simply put an icon, meaning that's going to be a place icon we had before. We can give it an SX property equal to font size of 18, like this. We can give it a color equal to #11142D, and a margin top equal to 0.5. Great. Below that place, we can also render a typography where we're going to show the location, like this. Now, if we save this, it should already start coming together just a bit. There we go. But if we go below this stack and below another stack, we can add a box. And that box is going to render another typography that's going to simply show a $sign and then a price, like this. Great. Now we have all the content we need, but let's go ahead and let's style it just a bit better. So to this card content, we can give one SX property of display is equal to flex. That's immediately going to change some things. We can also give it a flex direction equal to row. We can give it a justify content equal to space dash between. And we can give it a gap equal to 10 pixels, as well as padding X equal to 5 pixels. If we save that, you can see that's going to change the layout just a bit, put the price on the right side. Now we have this typography of title. So let's style it a bit. Let's give it a font size equal to 16 to make it just a bit bigger. Font weight of 500, right here. And a color of, you already know it, 11142D. Now if we save it, it's just a bit more pronounced. Then we have the place, which is fine, and then this bottom typography, we can give it a font size equal to 14, and a color equal to #808191. That's for the location. There we go. Finally, we can style the box. This box is going to have a px of 1.5, that's for padding horizontal. We can also give it a py of 0.5 for padding vertical, and a border radius of 1, like this. We can also give it a bg color equal to hash VADEFA, and also we can give it a height equal to fit-content. If we save that, you can see this price box appear, and we can style the typography right here by giving it a font size equal to 12, font weight equal to 600, as well as a color equal to hash 475BE8. If we save that, you can see it looks just a bit better, but still it's not as close as to what I showed you at the start. All of these seem to have this bottom border, which indicates it's a link. So we have to get rid of that. And of course, to get rid of that, we can go to our card and add one more property of text decoration is going to be set to none. So if we do this, you can see it disappears and we have a wonderful property card. Now let's go ahead and add one more. So let's go to add property. Let's go with lavender apartment. Let's do test. Property type is going to be a villa. Let's do 1000 right here. Enter a location. Let's do Italy. And I'm gonna upload a photo. With that, I'm gonna click submit. And immediately we are redirected right here, and it is immediately showing. We even get a success message. That is great. So we have successfully completed 2 out of 4 CRUD operations, create and read. Now, of course, there's also delete and the update, and hey, we still have to show the details for a specific property. As you can see, we immediately route to it, and we can go back to dashboard. But already, I think you can see how great this app is becoming. Now, we're just gonna focus on adding the delete, update, and also show the property detail. Now, as an extra added bonus, I wanted to show you how simple it is to do pagination, sorting, and filtering, all using Refine. What you can do right here is we can utilize the use table hook to its full potential. From use table below table query result, we can also get current, meaning the current page. Set current, which is going to allow us to set the page. We can get the set page size, which is going to allow us to change the number of elements on the page. We can get the total page count. And finally, incredibly handy utilities such as sorter, set sorter for sorting, as well as filters and set filters for filtering. So let me show you how to use all of those. On top of our old properties, so right here inside of the box, we're gonna make some space and we're gonna create another box. This box is going to have an empty of 20 pixels, 2 divided from the top. It's going to have an SX property of display is set to flex, as well as flex wrap is set to wrap, and finally gap is set to 3. Inside of there, we can have a stack, and that stack is going to have a direction set to column, as well as a width set to 100%. Inside of there, we can move this typography that before we had down here. So let's move this typography. It's going to say all properties. But what we can also do is we can make it dynamic. So let's say open a new dynamic block. If no all properties dot length, then we can show a dynamic string of there are no properties. Otherwise, we can show a string of all properties. There we go. So now we can remove the static one right here. Now immediately below that typography, still inside of the stack, we want to create a new box. This box is going to have an MB of 2, meaning margin bottom. It's going to have an MT of 3, meaning margin top, a display of flex, a width of about 84%. This is where our filters and sorting will go. We can also do justify content equal to space dash between. And finally, a flex wrap equal to wrap. Now, if we save this, nothing really should happen. We just created some space for adding our filters. Now we're gonna create one more inner box. That box is going to have a display is equal to flex, a gap equal to 2, a flex wrap equal to wrap, and a margin bottom that's going to be on extra small devices 20 pixels, and on small devices and higher, it's going to be 0. And finally, inside of there, we can render our custom button. Our custom button is going to be used for sorting, so we can give it a title that's going to be dynamic, sort price, like this. And for now, we can leave this as it is. Later on, we'll be able to sort it better. We also have to give it a handle click, so let's set a handle click, and for now we can leave it as an empty callback function. We're also going to set a background color equal to 475BE8, and then also a color equal to FC, FC, FC. And there we have our sort price button. That's great. So this is going to be used for sorting. Just below that button, we can have a text field. This text field is a self-closing material UI tag, and of course we need to import it at the top. So scrolling all the way there, we can import the text field. Later on, we're going to also use a select element, as well as a menu item element. So we can import the menu item as well. Finally, we can scroll down, and this text field is going to have a variant equal to outline, a color equal to info, a placeholder equal to search by title. Now, if we save this, you should be able to see an outlined text field appear, and there we go. We're going to use this for filtering by title. For now, we can add the value equal to just an empty string, and we can also add an onChange equal to an empty callback function, because we're going to fill this soon enough. For now, we're just focusing on the layout. Now, below that text field, we're going to have a select element. This select element is going to have a variant equal to outline, a color equal to info, a display empty property. It's also going to have a required property. It's going to have an input props of area label without label, written like this. Also a default value set to an empty string. For now, the value can be set to an empty string as well, and the onChange is also going to be set to an empty callback function, looking like this. Now you can see our select, but it's looking a bit empty without any menu items. So for now, let's simply add a demo menu item that's going to have a value of an empty string, and inside of it, we can say all. So we want to see properties of all types. And there we go. We immediately created the layout for 3 different things: for sorting, for filtering, and some more filtering as well, based on the type. Now, that's happening at the top of the page. But now, I promise that we're going to do pagination as well. So below our property items, meaning that is right here below this stack containing the property cards, and below that box right here, we're going to create our pagination. We first have to check if there are any properties left to paginate. So we can do all properties dot length is greater than 0 and end, and then we can show our pagination. The pagination is actually going to be just a box for the start. So that box can have a display is equal to flex, and it can have a gap equal to 2, gap between the buttons that we are yet to create, and then we can have a margin top of 3 to divide it from the properties above, and flex wrap set to wrap. Great. Now inside of there, we can start with our custom button. This button is going to have a title equal to previous. So this is going to move us to the previous page. We can also give it a handle click, and there we can set current. Remember that utility function that we got from the use table, set current. And whenever you're setting the state with the previous version of that state, you want to create a callback function called prev, and then we can say prev -1. We're simply decreasing 1 from the number of pages. Then we can set the background color to be equal to hash 475BE8, as well as a color equal to FC, FC, FC. And finally, we need to disable the button if we are on the first page. So we can say disabled is equal to no current is greater than 1. So if this is the case, then we cannot go back. So now if we save this, you can see that we have a previous button. Now, even though we are on the first page, the button doesn't seem to be disabled. So let's go into the custom button and let's get disabled from props. And then right here, we can say disabled is equal to disabled. There we go. Now, as you can see, we cannot click the button because we're on the first page. Great. Now, below that custom button, we can create a box. This box is going to only be visible on large devices, so we can give it a display equal to, on extra small devices, hidden, and then on small and larger, it's going to be flex. We can also give it align items equal to center, and we can give it a gap of 5 pixels. Inside of there, we can simply say page. We can provide an empty space like this, and then we can give it a strong tag to make it bolded. And then inside of there, we can say current like this of page count. So this is going to let us know on which page are we right now. And there we go. You can see page 1 of NaN. And that is fine. That's because we didn't yet implement the backend for pagination to work. But soon enough, we'll do that, so we'll be able to see 1 of 1. Then below this box, we can duplicate this button that we have created before. And this is going to be our button to go to the next page. So right here, we can set current, brev, and it's going to be brev plus 1 instead of minus 1. The color and the background color are going to be the same, but it's going to be disabled if current is triple equal to page count. That means that we are on the last page. And now we have previous, we have next, and we also have the number of pages. Now we're going to also do one additional functionality, which is creating a select element. That select element is going to have a variant equal to outlined. It's going to have a color equal to info, a display empty. And as a matter of fact, I think that we can completely copy the select we have above. So right here, remember the select, you can copy it all the way to the ending tag. And we can paste it right here. We can also fix the indentation by moving all of this a couple of lines back. Everything is going to be the same, but the value and the on change are going to remain empty for now. And of course, we have to add some menu items. So in this case, we're going to map over some array items. So let's create a dynamic block of code with an array of 10, 20, 30, 40, and 50. And then we can say .map. All of these are page sizes. So we can say size. And then for each size, we want to instantly return a menu item. And of course, we can add a key because we're looping over it as a size. The value is going to be size as well. And then the text is going to be show size like this. This will allow us to switch between many different page sizes. So later on, if we have more elements and we want to see more on the same page, we'll be able to show 50 on the same page. And the best thing about it is that our pagination is going to immediately calculate the number of elements per page, and it's going to decrease the number of pages. And of course, we can set the default value to be a number of 10 so that it shows right here. In this case, the value can be removed. Great. Later on, once we implement the on change, we'll be able to see the changes that we make right here. But with that said, believe it or not, we're done with the layout for our sorting, filtering, and pagination. Now we're going to dive into implementing the backend for all of these functionalities. And then finally, we're going to come back right here at the top of our layout, and I'll show you how easy it is to implement everything using Refine. With that said, we can now go to the backend. So File Explorer, Server, Controllers, Property Controller, and inside of the Get All properties, I'm going to show you how to add additional logic so we can fetch all of the properties based on pagination, filtering, and sorting. So let's get started. Now, we have created the layout for all of these, and the refine will automatically pass it back to the server. So it's going to pass it, of course, through rec.query. So right at the top, we can say const, and we can destructure something from rec.query, or rather is equal to rec.query. The first thing is going to be _end. We're going to have _order. Is it ascending or descending? It's going to be _start. From where are we starting? From which element? We're going to have an _sort, and we're going to have title _like. So that's going to be what the title is like, used for filtering right here by title. And we can set the default value for that to be equal to an empty string. And finally, we're going to have a property type, which is also going to have a default value of an empty string if it doesn't exist. Great. Now we can also form our query. So we can say const query is equal to an empty object. And then only if we have property type, so if property type is not equal to an empty string, then we want to add our query to the query. So query.property type is equal to property type. So this is ensuring that we only query or filter if we do have that query passed in. And the same things goes for the if title like. So if it actually exists, like this, then we can say query.title is equal to $regex, or regex is equal to title like, and then options I, that means case insensitive, meaning if we type it all uppercase or all lowercase, it's still going to find it. Great. So now we have created a query based on which we can search for these properties. So what we can do first is we can get the count of all properties. That's going to be helpful with the pagination. Const count is equal to await property.count documents, like this, and then we can pass in the query. Make sure that it is passed inside of brackets like this. Then we can get the properties, but we will no longer simply get them by finding everything. We're gonna pass additional filters. So let's put that in a new line. .find, and we have .limit later on. So let's modify the find, not everything, but rather we're going to pass in our query to only find elements based on the specific parameters. Then we're going to limit it to, that's the _end. Then we want to skip a specific number of elements, that is _start. And then we want to sort things. And that's going to be sorted by the parameter _sort and the order of _order. That can be ascending or descending, and that's going to be the sort price right here. And finally, we want to refine to know the total number of elements, and we're going to pass that through headers. So we can say res.header of x-total-count is going to be set to count, and then also res.header of access-control-expose-headers is going to be set to x-total-count. This will allow us to expose this header to the frontend so that we know the total count of our resources. And finally, the only thing we have to do is res.status of 200 and pass over all of the properties. That is it. And now a refine is going to have all the data it needs to really easily implement pagination, sorting, and filtering. Let me show you how simple that is. Let's start from top to bottom and from left to right. That means that our first sorting ability is going to be to sort the price. To sort the price, we need to know what is the current price sort. So we can say const current price is equal to sorter.find. We want to find the item, and then item.field is equal to price. So that's what we're trying to get. And then we want to do $.order. This will give us the current order of the price property. Now that we have that, we can create a special const toggle sort function, which is going to take in a field of a type string, and it's going to return set sorter like this. We want to pass in an array and then an object where we pass in the field, and then we pass in an order. So order is going to be if the current price is currently set to ASC, meaning ascending, then we want to change it to descending, otherwise it's going to be ascending. And now we can use this current price and toggle sort on this button. So let's scroll down. There we go. This is our first button. Right here, sort price doesn't really say a lot, so we can go to Google and we can search for arrow up, and we can copy this character right here. So we can say sort price, and then we can check if current price is triple equal to ascending, then we can show the arrow up. Otherwise, we can show the arrow down. You can also search for that arrow down, simply right here, arrow down, and then you can copy it. There we go. Now, if we save this and go back, you can see we have sort price down. And of course, we have to add the handle click, and that is as easy as setting the toggle sort and then passing the price as the parameter. There we go. If we save that, you can see right now we have 1,500, and if I click 500, 1,000. Of course, this is not maybe as interesting as if we had like 10 or 50 elements, but you can still see that sorting fully works right out of the box, and this was so simple to implement using our own custom backend and refine. Now we're gonna focus on filtering by title. So we can scroll up, and same as we got the current price, we also need to get the current filter values. So we can say const current filter values is equal to use memo. We're gonna use memo just to save some memory and to make it more efficient. Now that use memo is only going to change once we change the filters, like this. And then that use memo has to be imported from React. So at the top, you can import use memo from React. Inside of there, we first need to get all of our logical filters. So const logical filters is equal to filters.flatMap. Now, flatMap is a special JavaScript structure. It is similar to an array, but in this case, Refine theme recommends to use a flat map to make this more efficient. Now, inside of here, we're gonna have an item, and then we want to instantly return, meaning like this, field in item. So if that exists, then we want to return an item. Otherwise, we want to return an empty array like this. And it looks like I'm missing one closing parenthesis. Now that we have these logical filters, we can return an object where we're gonna change the title logical filters.find, where we're gonna get an item, and then we're gonna return item.field is triple equal to title. And then we can do question mark dot value or an empty string. This is going to allow us to filter everything by title. Now we can use this current filter values inside of our text field. So right here, we can go to the text field. The value is going to be current filter values dot title. And then the on change, we always get a key press down event. And there we can call these set filters, pass in an array, and then pass in an object where the field is going to be set to title. The operator is going to be set to contains, so that's not going to be just the exact match. You can also make it just contains, which is great. Usually you would have to make this work manually, but Refine did it for us. And then finally we have value. Now value is going to be e.currentTarget.value. If that exists, then we want to have the e.currentTarget.value, else we want to leave it as undefined. There we go. And with that done, our filtering should work. So let's test it out. We have a Lavender apartment and we have a Star Sun Hotel apartment. So if we start typing for apartment, both of them should be here. If we try with Lavender, you can see immediately that only Lavender is here. But even if we just type LA, immediately it's there. And if we start typing Star Sun Hotel, immediately that works. Again, right now you can only imagine how functional this would be if we had like 50 elements. That would make it so handy for us to be able to search through it, sort by price, and do all of this. And now we're gonna also implement the filter by property type. So right now we just have all, but maybe we just want to search for villas or condos or apartments. So let's implement that right away. We can scroll above to our filters, and we can return right below the title, property type. That's going to be logical filters dot find. There we have an item. Item dot field is triple equal to property type, and then question mark dot value or an empty string. With that, we can scroll down to where we have our select, and then we can essentially copy what we had right here in our search by text field. So we can copy the on change as well as the value. So let's go ahead and copy that. And let's override the current value and the on change. Now we are missing one closing parenthesis right here, and we're missing one more. So if you properly close this, that should be looking good. But now there are just some minor differences we have to make. Current filter values dot is going to be property type, and below field is going to be property type. The operator is going to be eq, meaning equals, and then the value is simply going to be e.target.value. There we go. Now if we save, you can see we're good, but we only have one property. And now right here, still inside of set filters, meaning right here, after this array, we want to say replace, because we want to immediately replace the value that we click. And now we just have one value, so let's add additional ones. We can have value of nothing equal to all, but then we can create a dynamic block of code, and there we can create an array with apartment. Then we can do villa. We can do a farmhouse. Let's do a condos. Let's do a townhouse. Let's do a duplex. Finally, we can do a studio and a chalet. There we go. And then we can map over that by type. And then for each one of these types, we're going to return a menu item. That menu item is going to have a key equal to type, since they're all unique, and the value equal to type dot to lowercase. That's important. And then finally, they're going to render the type. Now, if we save that, you should be able to see all of these appear right there. And right off the bat, since we implemented filtering right here at the top, it should work. So if we search for apartment, there we go, this is the apartment. And if I'm not mistaken, the other one was set as a villa. So if we click, you can see that the villa remains. For every other one, there are no properties. So we have apartment, we have a villa, and we have all. Again, imagine how this would look if we had more properties. Great. Finally, the last missing piece of the puzzle is the pagination. And would you believe me if I told you that there's nothing else that we have to do to make the pagination work? Previous and next pages are already fully functional, but are right now disabled, and for a reason. That's because we only have 2 elements, and our current page is showing 10. So the last thing we have to do is we can use the set page size down below, that is right here, inside of this custom button, inside of this custom select for that matter, where we can get the event, and then we can say set page size to be equal to e.target.value. If we have that, then we want to return a number of e.target.value, else we want to return 10. So with this, we'll be able to set the total number of elements on the page, 30, 40, 50. Now, this was just a phenomenal bonus that I decided to include in this video. The pagination, sorting, and filtering, the crucial parts of every single CRUD application. Since this was an addition to this video that wasn't initially planned, you can keep it here and keep working on the application. It's still gonna work for you perfectly. But in future scenes of this video, when I am viewing the old properties, these features are not going to be here. But not to worry, you have them implemented and they're going to work perfectly for you when you deploy the application. Great. With that said, we can go to File Explorer, and then that's going to be Property Details. To get started with property details, we can first import a couple of things from Material UI, such as typography, a box, and a stack. We are already used to all of these already. Let's also say from @pancad/refine-MUI. Now, we also want to get a couple of hooks coming from refine. That's going to be use delete, because from the details page, we're going to delete our resources. The use get identity. This is to determine whether the property that we're looking at is created by us or another user. and then finally the use show, which is going to allow us to pull all of the data for this specific property. And that is coming from @pancad/refine-core. Finally, we can also import the use params to get the ID of a specific property, as well as use navigate. And this is coming from @pancad/refine-react-router-v6. Then we can also get a couple of icons. So let's import a chat bubble, a delete, edit, phone, place, and a star. And all of that is coming from @MUI/icons material. And we'll be also utilizing our custom button. So we could say import custom button coming from components. Great. Now let's make use of all of these great hooks that we have imported. That's going to be const navigate is equal to use navigate. And immediately we have to rename our property details to property details with a capital P. Then let's try to get our current user by saying const data rename as user is equal to use get identity. Then we can get the ID from params. This is the ID of the current resource we're trying to view. Then we can get const mutate is equal to use delete. This function will allow us to quickly delete a resource. And most importantly, we can say const query result is equal to use show. And we don't have to pass it anything. Refine is going to be smart enough to check our URL and to understand that we are on the /properties show and then the ID. It's going to grab it and it's immediately going to make a call to our backend to get the data for the resource we're currently looking at. Isn't that great? Now we can destructure that resource further by getting the data that is loading as well as the is error from it. So that's going to be equal to query result. Now, of course, it doesn't even make sense to console log the data because it won't be there. We haven't yet created the backend endpoint to get the data about one specific resource. So to get the property detail, we can first get the ID of the property we're trying to get by going to rec params, and then we can check if the property exists. And then if it does, and we can check that by trying to reach it by saying await property dot find one. We can pass in an object checking the underscore ID if it is equal to the underscore ID we have, or rather just the ID that we got from the params. And then we can do dot populate creator if it is there, because we want to add the creator to it. Finally, if it exists, meaning if property exists, then we can res that status of 200, and then .json property exists. So we're going to essentially return it back home. Else, if it doesn't exist, so we can do that right here, else, we can res that status of 404, and then pass something like property not found, like this. Of course, we have to properly close this if, so if we do it right here, that is looking good to me. Now, if we save that, and if we go back to our front end, we can now console log the data and see if we get it back. Let's open up inspect element, go to console, and reload the page. And would you look at that? The data object is there, containing one property that we have created before and one that we're trying to fetch. Isn't that great? Now, as you can see, the data is inside of another object called data. So what we can do right here below is say const property details is equal to data (data), or it's going to be an object like this in case it doesn't exist. And then we can also utilize the is loading and is error by saying if is loading, we can simply return a div that's going to say loading ... and we're going to do the same thing for error. If is error, we're going to simply return error. we don't have to have any dots in that case. Great, let's fix the spelling. And this is looking good. We can close the console. And now we can code the UI part, which are our property details. Everything in this application and in life is a box. So let's create a box right here. And then we can have a border radius. It's equal to 15 pixels. We want to make this box really nice and round. Let's see how that looks like. It shouldn't be anything at the start, of course. Then we're gonna add a padding of 20 pixels, as well as a BG color equal to hash FC, 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 and we can add a width equal to fit-content. And immediately we get this card. Inside of that card, we're gonna have a typography. This typography right here is going to say, of course, details. We can style it just a bit by giving it a font size equal to 25 and a font weight of 700. Finally, a color of hash 11142D, and we can save that. Below our typography, we can have a box, and that box is going to have an empty or margin top of 20 pixels, a display equal to flex, and a flex direction, which is going to be a bit more complicated. On extra small devices, it's going to be a column, and then on large devices and larger, it's going to be a row. And we can give it a gap equal to 4. Great. The column, of course, is supposed to be inside of quotes. Now, inside of that box, we're going to have a couple of other boxes. So right here, we can create a new box. And within that box, we're going to have an image. So we can render a self-closing image tag that's going to have a source equal to property details.photo. And we can try to save it. As you can see, we get this beautiful apartment image right here. Now, to this box, we can give a flex equal to 1, as well as max width of 764. We found this value to work best. That's going to contain the image just a bit. We can give it an alt tag equal to property details.title, a height equal to 546 I found to work the best, and then a style equal to object fit, which is going to be set to cover, as well as a border radius set to 10 pixels, like this. If we save that, it's going to become just a bit more rounded, and we can give it a class name equal to property underscore details dash img. This is a special property or a class that was provided to you at the start of the video, but as you can see, it's not really getting applied. And that just made me think, remember when we had to add that special not underlined property right here? That was in the property card, right? There we had to add this special text decoration none. We can remove that. The reason for that was, looks like our styles are not getting applied. Not here, and also not here. So, inside of our app.tsx, if we go here, I think that I imported the index.css styles, but I might be wrong. Yep, they're not here. So, let's go to our index.tsx, and inside of here, we have to just add one line, and that is import index.css. This is going to add a few of those styles that we had at the beginning that I provided you with. So if we look into here, there we go. And as you can see, that already made it just a bit better. And if you go here, that image is just styled in a better way. So now those styles are being applied, and we can continue with our life. We're gonna go back to property details in that box, and then below that image, we're gonna have yet another box, believe it or not. This box is going to have a margin top, or MT, equal to 15 pixels. And inside of there, we're going to have a stack. That stack is going to contain a typography. And that typography is going to render the property details dot property type. There we go. So if we save it, you should be able to see that this is an apartment. Now, of course, let's style it just a bit. Now, below the property type, let's also create a box, and that box is going to render something dynamically, an array of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 elements through which we're going to map over. Do you know what this is? Well, these are stars. So for now, we're going to just say that every single object has 5 stars. And later on, if you want to add a star ability, the ability to add stars to each object, you can do that dynamically. That's a challenge for you. And of course, we can add a key equal to a template string of star, dash, and then star, like this. And we can give it an SX equal to color is hash F2C94C. And now if we save this, you should be able to see 5 stars appear right here. Great. Now let's style this stack above our typography by giving it a direction equal to row. This is going to make the stars appear next to the apartment. Let's also give it a justify content equal to space between, which is going to make the stars go to the right side. Let's give it a flex wrap equal to wrap, and align items equal to center. Great. To this typography, we can apply the font size equal to 18, a font weight equal to 500, and a color equal to hash 11142D, and finally text transform equal to capitalize. Now if we save that, it's looking just a bit better. Great. Now we can go below this stack containing this box, and we can create another stack below. This stack is going to contain absolutely everything almost the same as the stack above. So we can simply copy this entire stack and replace our new one. Of course, it's not going to be property type anymore. This time it is going to be property title. There we go. And then we're not gonna go over the stars. We want to show the property location. So right here, we're not gonna have this box, but rather immediately below the typography, we're gonna have a place, which is a self-closing icon equal to SX, and we're gonna give it a color of 808191. And just below that, we're gonna have another typography, which is going to render the property details.location. There we go. So if we save this, you can see apartment, and you can see location and LA, USA right here. But of course, we have to style it a bit. So let's first focus on this big title. That title, of course, has to be bigger than the type of the apartment. So we're going to give it a font size of 22 and font weight of 600. The color can remain the same. There we go. That's just a bit better. Now, regarding the place and the typography, we can wrap them in a stack. So let's create a stack right here. Let's give it a margin top of 0.5. Let's give it a direction equal to row, align items equal to center, and let's give it a gap equal to 0.5. And now we can place those place and typography inside of that stack. That should make it look just a bit better and closer together. And now we can style this last typography by giving it a font size of 14 and giving it a color equal to hash 808191. There we go. So this is looking just a bit better. Finally, we have more details about this entire apartment. It's going to be the price, of course. So below this stack, we can have another box right here. And I just noticed this typography should be wrapped together with this stack within another box. So I know this is getting a bit confusing, but here we have the typography with the title, and we want to wrap that with a box element. And that box element can be closed right after our stack right here. So now if we save that, you're gonna notice that now the location appears right here, which is a bit better. And then a new box begins. Now, since the rest of this property details page is just taking the elements and then laying them one on top of another, you can do that on your own way. You can do it a bit differently from the design. You can have your own style. For that reason, you can pause this video right now and implement the rest of the details coming from the property details component. You can simply console log it, see what's in there, and then somehow showcase them on the screen. In case you want to follow along, I'm going to leave the rest of the code for the property details down in the description below. It's going to be in that same GitHub gist, so you can simply override our current code and we're going to get the rest of our property details page, which is going to look something like this. It's going to contain the price, which you can see right here, a description, and then a card with the current agent that created that property with buttons to edit it and delete it. Another thing right here that is currently static is the photo of a map. But if you really want to, you could take the geographic location of this place and then embed a real Google map right here. If you want to add onto this project, this would be a great thing to do. But with that said, if we now expand this, you can see how great our property details page looks like and how simple it was to make using Refine. Now, there is one piece of logic that we imported with the code right here, and that is right here, checking if the current user is the one that's currently looking at this property. So if we are a currently logged in user, then we can see the edit and delete buttons. And if we are not, which we can mock right here just for a second, then we can see this dummy message and call buttons. But in this case, we of course are, so we can get back the edit and delete. Another thing, of course, is the deletion. So right here, we have the handle delete property where we are checking whether we want to do that. And then if we do, we're simply using the mutate, and then we are referring to the resource under properties with a specific ID, and then on success, we're navigating back to properties. Great. But of course, the backend side for the deletion of a property hasn't yet been implemented. So let's go to property controller. To delete a property, we can create a new try and catch block. Inside of the try, we need to get the ID of the property we want to create, and that's going to be const ID, which we destructure from rect params. Then we want to get that property. So const property to delete is equal to await property dot find by ID, and then we find it where we say underscore ID is equal to ID, and then we populate the creator. The reason why we just delete it immediately is because we also need to delete its ID from the creator, the person that created it. So what we can do is we can check if there is no property to delete, then we can throw a new error, property not found. Else, we can create a new session by saying const session is equal to await mongoose.start session. And then of course we have to start the transaction as well to make everything atomic, to make sure that it either goes through or it doesn't stuck in the middle. Now we can say property to delete and then simply say remove and remove it from this session. Then we also do property to delete dot creator dot all properties dot pull and then property to delete like this. Finally, we have to await property to delete dot creator dot save, and then we pass in that session. And finally, we do await session dot commit transaction, meaning everywhere what we did, remove the property, remove the creator from the property, remove the property from the creator, we now want to commit to everything we said we would do. And finally, we can say res.status of 200.json, and then we're gonna send a message, property deleted successfully. There we go, that should be good to go. And we can also in the catch send a 500 with a message saying error.message. Great. With that said, we can go back and this should now be working. Because Refine makes it so easy, we simply need to call this one function and pass the ID. So let's click the delete function and hopefully it works. We get an alert asking us if we are sure. Yes, we are. And there we go. Success. It was immediate. It was incredibly fast. Great. Now, while there's one property left to work with, we can implement the edit functionality as well. So that's going to be in that same controller right here in the update property controller function. So let's go ahead and implement it right away. As when deleting or fetching a specific property, when updating it, we also need to know which property are we updating. So let's open up a new try and catch block and let's get const, and then we need to get the ID from the rect params so that we know which one are we updating. But for the update, we also have to get all of the properties from the front end. Const title, description, property type, and location, price, and the photo as well from the front end. So this is the part that we didn't yet do on the front end. If we click on the edit, you can see that it is a 404. It doesn't exist. So we have to go not to the property detail, but rather to the property edit property. There we have to implement the form to send all of the updated fields from the front end to the back end. But don't worry, that's going to be much simpler than you might think, because we're going to use the same form component that we used in the create. If you remember, right here, this is going to be the add property, and we can copy most of these functions to create our edit property as well. So let's go here and let's go to edit and start with the edit property page. In the GitHub just down below, you can find the entire edit property.tsx file and simply paste it right here. As you can see, this is the exact same thing as we had inside Auth. As you can see, this is exactly the same form we had inside of the create property. You can see that right here. As a matter of fact, the create property also had onFinish handler, it had a handle image change, and it had some of these props. And if you look at the edit property onFinish handler, it has the handle image change and some props right here as well. It is mostly the same. So I simply wanted to provide it to you because you have already done all of the great work of creating the form component, and now we can simply reuse it for the edit property. And now if we go to properties, we click on a specific property and click edit. As you can see, here we are. We immediately have all of the values pre-filled. Lavender apartment, test, we can select a property type such as apartment, enter the property price and the location, and we can re-upload the image. And of course, the best thing about this is the use form hook, which automatically gives us all the data that we can pre-fill in all of these inputs. With that said, now we can go back to the controller and we know that we're accepting all of these properties, the property name, description, type, price, location, and so on. And let's try to make sure that there aren't any typos, so that's going to be description. Great. So now that we have all of these properties, how do we actually edit it? Well, we're going to do it like this. We're going to do await property dot find by ID and update. And there, that's going to be underscore ID is equal to ID. We're going to find it. And then we need to pass all of the updated properties, such as title, description, property type, location, price, and then finally the photo. But we have to re-upload that photo to Cloudinary. So we can say const photo URL is equal to await Cloudinary dot uploader dot upload, and then we pass that photo. Great. And now we can write here, say photo is equal to photo URL dot URL, or we can use the same old photo if the old one wasn't provided. Great. Finally, we can do res.status of 200 and then say property updated successfully. Or we can do res.status of 500 and say there is an error. Great. That is the controller for the update property. Now, let's go ahead and try to change the property description from test to something more interesting. And for that, let's use ChatGPT. So let's say that we have a lavender apartment, which is a villa in Italy. So let's do create a comprehensive description for lavender apartment, or let's do lavender villa in Italy. And let's see what is it going to come up with. Luxurious vacation rental located in the rolling hills of Tuscany, Italy. This is crazy. It keeps typing, but I'm just gonna get this one. That's the new lorem ipsum. You're always gonna have some great content to submit. And we can also resubmit the photo. After adding it, you can submit. And there we go. You can see the value changed immediately. I can notice that I uploaded a really grainy image. So I can go back and I can really quickly re-upload a better image. Let's see if that works. And it does. So that means that our update or edit functionality is done. Delete is done as well. The dashboard is done as well. And what we can do is we can now list out all of the agents. And that is available on our pages on top. There we go, pages. And then we have agent profile, but we also have agent. That is it. To get started with the agents page, we can first import the famous use list. That is coming from @pancod/refine core. This is going to allow us to quickly fetch a list of users. And we can also import our very known box and typography coming from @pancod/refine MUI. And we can also import a special component called agent card coming from components. Great. Inside of the agent, we can rename that to agents with a capital A. There we go. And we can make use of that list by saying const data is loading and is error, and then we can use the list and then pass the resource we want to get. In this case, it's going to be users. Hopefully, you're starting to get the point of how Refine works. You have a lot of different resources that correspond to resources on the backend and to the models on the backend and in the database. And you can simply use the list to fetch them right here, and you get the hooks for loading, errors, and finally the data. So one more time, to get the agents, we can say const all agents is equal to data ? Data. They are stored right inside of here. But of course, we have to implement that API endpoint, and that's not going to be in the controller for properties, but rather for users. We have only implemented the create user, but we are yet to implement the get all users endpoint. And that's exactly what we're going to do right now. That one is the simplest one. We can simply create a try and catch block. If something doesn't go right, we can res.status of 500. And we can simply send the error message like so. But if everything goes right, we can say const users is equal to await user.find. We get all users right here. And then we can pass a limit of rec.query._end. If there is a specific end, in this case, we don't want to end it. And finally, we can say res.status of 200, and we can do .json users to bring them back to the front end. Now, inside of here, we can, for now, let's simply alert all agents and see what we get. And there we go, object, which means something is there. Maybe we can do all agents and then 0. That's again going to give us an object, I'm guessing. But agents have their name, right? So we can do name, or rather email. I'm sure they have an email. But this time, TypeScript saves us and says all agents is possibly undefined. So we can use that same syntax and make it into an array to ensure that we always have access to it. Great. Thank you, TypeScript, for saving us right here. Now, we do have an error. We cannot seem to alert this, but no worries. We can simply do a quick console log to check all agents. So let's go ahead and go to inspect, console, and we do get an array of one user, and it did indeed have an email. Great. So finally, we can showcase those users. We can, of course, before add the if is loading, we can return loading, and if there's an error, we can return the error. And now we can create the layout to show all of our agents. We can do that by creating a box, and then within that box, we're gonna have a typography. And that typography is going to have a font size equal to 25 and font weight equal to 700. It's also going to have a color equal to #11142D, and it's going to say agents list. There we go. That should be looking good. And immediately below that, we can have a box. That box is going to have a couple of properties, such as empty 20 pixels for margin top, and it's going to have an SX property with some additional styles, such as display, in this case going to be flex. It's also going to have a flex wrap of wrap, a gap equal to 20 pixels, and finally a background color equal to #FC. There we go. Now if we save this, we should be able to see that box appear right here. So we can fill it up with something, and that something is going to be a dynamic list of all agents .map, and then we get each individual agent, and for each agent we want to return an agent card, a self-closing card component. With that, we should be able to see one card right here, and that's exactly what we get. Finally, we can pass some props to it. We can pass a key equal to agent._ID. We can also pass an ID equal to agent._ID. We can pass a name equal to agent.name. We can pass an email equal to agent.email. We can pass an avatar or an image equal to agent.avatar. And we can pass a number of properties, and O of properties is equal to agent.allProperties.length. There we go. Finally, we can control click into the agent card and implement it. Right now, TypeScript is going to give us some errors, but that is just fine. As you already know, it's giving us errors because of the props we're passing in. So we can first get those props, such as ID, name, email, avatar, and NO of properties, number of properties, and we can set that to be of a type, which we can import. So we're going to import two types. That's going to be agent card prop, as well as info bar props, which we're going to use later on, coming from interfaces/agent. And now we can say our properties of agent card are equal to agent card prop. If we save that, the error goes away. Great. Now we can import all of the other things we're going to need for our agent card. We can import a few icons, such as email, outlined, location, city, phone, and a place, coming from add_MUI/icons material. We can also import the use get identity, that is a hook coming from Refine Core, allowing us to get our currently logged in user. Then we can also import a couple of components from Material UI, such as box, stack, and typography, coming from add.puncod/refine-MUI. And we'll also need to redirect to that user's profile page, so we're going to have a link component coming from add.puncod /refine-react-router-v6. Great. And with that, we have everything we need to start creating our agent card. First, we're going to get our current user by saying const data, rename it as current user is equal to use get identity. It's so easy to get the current logged in user with refine. Then we can start with creating that user card. Let's collapse this just a bit so we can see it right here. And let's get started. We're going to have a box, and that box is going to have a couple of properties. First of all, it's going to be of a component link, because once we click it, we want to link to someone. We want to link to the user profile of that specific agent. So we can say it's going to go to, and we can create the logic of where is it going to go in a special function called const generate link, which is going to be a single React function. There we can check if current user dot email is triple equal to the email of that specific user, then we can return my profile. So then we want to go to my dash profile. Else we can simply return go to /agent /show / and then ID inside of $sign and curly braces. And now we can use that generate link right here, and we call it as a function. That's where we want to navigate to. Once again, if it's another agent, then we want to go to their agent profile. Else, if it's us, we want to go to our profile page. Then the next property is going to be width. This card is going to have a width of 100%. And then we want to have an SX property. So right here, we can say SX. We can give it a display equal to flex. We can give it a flex direction equal to, on extra small devices, it's going to be column. And usually on small, it's going to be row. We're going to also give it a gap of 20 pixels so we can have some space between the elements. We're going to give it a padding of 20 pixels, and this should already look much better if you look into it. There we go. And we also want to give it some box shadow on hover, so we can say inside of a string and colon hover. In that case, we want to give it a box shadow of a string 0, 22 pixels, 45 pixels, 2 pixels, and then RGBA 176, 176, 176, and then 0.1. We already had this before, so now if we hover over it, you should see this shadow appear. Great. And of course, what is an agent without an image? So inside of that box, we're now going to render a self-closing image tag. This image is going to have a source equal to avatar. It's going to have an alt tag equal to user. It's going to have a width of 90 pixels, just 90, and a height equal to 90 as well. Finally, we can give it a style equal to border radius of 8, as well as object fit equal to cover. And we can close it. And there we go, the image just appeared. Below our image, we're gonna have a stack element. That stack is going to have a direction equal to column. We want to show some elements one on top of another. We're gonna also have a justify content equal to space dash between. We're gonna give it a flex of 1 and a gap on extra small devices, meaning XS equal to 4, and on small devices equal to 2. And we're going to create another stack within it. That stack is going to have a gap of 2. It's going to have a direction of row. So this is going to be for 2 elements that are going to appear next to each other. It's going to have a flex wrap equal to wrap in case the width of the browser shrinks a lot. And then we're going to have an align items off center. Inside of there, we want to have 2 different typographies. The first typography is going to render the name of that agent. And the second typography just below is going to say what they really are. And they are a real estate agent. So I guess, guys, I'm changing the careers. JSM is now a real estate agent. We can now give it a font size. Of course, the name itself must be larger than the title. Give it a font weight as well of 600. And give it a color as well of #11142D. And to this real estate agent, we can also give some class names or styles, such as changing the font size to 14, changing the color to #808191. This is already looking so much better. Now, if we go below this stack, we're going to create a new stack just below. That stack is going to have a direction equal to row. It's going to have a flex wrap equal to wrap, a justify content equal to space dash between, and align items equal to center, as well as gap equal to 2. Inside of there, we're going to show 4 different elements. We want to show the phone number, the email, the place, and the location. So let's create a new component to do that. Just at the top, above our agent card, we can create a new quick functional component, const info bar. Our info bar is going to accept an icon and a name as props. And we can say these are of a type info bar props. And it's going to instantly return something, meaning we just have the parentheses right here. So what are we going to return? It's just going to be another stack element. And that stack is going to render an icon. And below that icon, we want to render a typography right here. That typography is going to render the name. So now, if we save, nothing's going to happen because we're not yet utilizing this info bar. But if we go down, inside of this stack, we can now render this bar. As a matter of fact, we can render it 4 different times. Info, bar, and we need to pass an icon and a name to it. So let's expand it a bit. Let's pass an icon equal to an email outlined with an SX equal to color of 808191, like this. And we can also pass a name, which is going to be email. Now it looks like we didn't import this email outline, so let's go up. It looks like it's here, but why is it complaining? Let's check it out. Module build failed. We have an icon and it looks like we have one extra closing bracket right here. So if I delete that, no, I think we needed that. Let's see, why is it giving us an error on extra small device? This is supposed to be SX prop, not extra small. So if we fix this, oh yes, we have to close the actual email outline. It is a self-closing tag. There we go, that's much better. Now we can duplicate this 3 more times. For the second one, we're gonna change the email outline to place, like this. For the third one, we're gonna change it to phone. For the fourth one, we're gonna change it to location, city. There we go. We of course have to change the name as well. So the name is going to be, let's do something like static string of London. Let's say this agent is from London. And for the third one, we have to add a phone number. We don't yet have that, so let's add some random numbers as the phone number. Let's do this. There we go. And the last one is going to be the number of properties. So here we can render a real template string of number of properties, like so. There we go. If we now save this, and of course we have to correct our template string. There we go. We now have 4 different icons and titles appear right here. But of course, let's style them just a bit by styling our individual info bar stack. Hopefully now they get the point of why we created this individual card, why we created this individual component. because we're reusing it 4 different times, and it's easier to just re-edit it once than re-editing it 4 times. This typography can have a font size equal to 14 and a color equal to #808191. That's going to make it just a bit better. And let's also change this tag by giving it a flex equal to 1. Let's give it a min width equal to, that's going to be on extra small devices, 100%, and on small devices, 300. Let's give it a gap equal to 1.5 and a direction equal to row. This should make it look so much better. Okay, this is good. As you can see, on smaller devices, they go one below another. But if we expand, this is the flex wrap property in action. As you can see, we wrapped them in a flex wrap, meaning if we're on smaller, it's going to be one line, but as we expand, they're going to nicely wrap all around, which is great. And there we go. There is our first and only agent right now. What we can do now is I can log out right here and then log in with another account. I'll choose JSM Masterclass Experience. This is a new email account we created to post testimonials of students that complete our comprehensive JSM Masterclass Bootcamp. If you're interested in checking that out, you can just YouTube JSM Masterclass Experience. With that said, I'm going to log in and then go to Agents. And there we go. We have Patreon and we have JavaScript Mastery. We can see the number of properties and we can see the email here as well. Now, an important difference is if we go to Agent profile, which is the currently logged in user, we're going to go to the My Profile tab. But if we go to the profile of another user, we're going to go to the Agent Show profile, which is a completely separate thing. So, since we're currently logged in into Adrian, we can do the My Profile page. So, to do that, we can collapse this right here. And then we can go to Pages and then My Profile. But don't worry, once we implement one, the second one is going to be incredibly similar, as that's what they are, profile pages, no matter if it's our currently logged in user or not. To get started with the profile page, we can import our trusted use get identity from Pancad Refine Core as well as use one. Great. Below that, we can also import our profile component, which we're going to soon implement, and that's going to be in the components folder. Now, My Profile is a functional React component, so we can use the capital M at the start, and we can first get the data about our user. Const data, we rename it as user, is equal to use get identity. Then we also want to get more info about the user from our database, so we can use the use one. Const data is loading and is error is equal to use one. We pass in an object where the resource is equal to users, and then the ID is equal to user !user ID, like so, with a lowercase I letter. Finally, we can get our individual profile by saying const my profile is equal to data !data, like this, or we can just leave it as an empty array. Finally, if we are loading, so if is loading, return loading. If there's an error, return error. And the only thing that this profile is going to show is going to be a render of the profile self-closing component. The reason why we have this profile component is once again to be able to reuse it both on our profile and on the profile of a specific other agent. Hopefully that makes sense. Same way as we reuse those little cards inside of the agents. So our profile is going to have a type, and in this case that's going to be my profile. It's also going to have a name, so we can pass myprofile.name. It's going to have an email, myprofile.email. It's going to have an avatar, myprofile.avatar, and it's going to have properties equal to myprofile.allProperties. And finally, we can control click into the profile component and start implementing it. Of course, first we have to deal with the imports, so we can get the profile props right here, and then get all of the needed props. That's gonna come from interfaces/common. And there, we can simply get the type, the name, avatar, email, and all properties, and say that's going to be of a type profile props. And if we save this and go back to my profile, of course, if we properly spell this, there we go. We can now go to Adrian, and we have just loading. And as you can see, it just keeps loading. That means that we haven't yet gotten the data for an individual user in our database, which is exactly what we can do now. So we can go to our user controller and do our last backend function, get user info by ID. To implement that function, we'll have to get a const ID is equal to rec.params. We have to know which user do we want to fetch the data for. So we get the ID from the params. Then we say const user is equal to await user.find1, where the underscore ID is equal to ID, and then that populate all properties. So we want to populate all properties on that user. Finally, if there is a user, then we can rest that status of 200 and we can return .json user. That's it. So we're returning all the data, but also all the properties about that specific user. That's what the populate function does. If you think about it, in the model right here, MongoDB models user, you can see that the user itself just stores the IDs of all properties. But we don't need IDs in this case, we need complete properties. So what we can do is we can populate all properties, which is going to generate individual property objects inside of the user. Great. Now that we have that, we're simply gonna return it. But if a user doesn't exist, then we can simply res that status 404 user not found. Great. Now, if we reload the page, we can see barely right here, but if we expand it, we can see the profile, which is exactly what it says right here. Great. Now, this profile page is going to be entirely made of pure layout. We're not going to do any logic there. So once again, to make it a bit simpler for you, the complete profile page will be provided for you in the GitHub gist down below. Simply find it there and paste it right here. As you can see, we're going to go together through every single little detail of this page, but just to share it with you, we have a name right here, we have a dummy photo, address, phone number, and the email, and that is about it. So how does it look like? We have boxes, typographies, more boxes within more boxes as usual. We have this dummy image, and then we have a box for the avatar icon. Then we have a box where it says real estate agent right here. Then we have a stack for this specific address, and then the actual static address. And then this is copied 2 more times for the phone number and for the email, which you can see right here. And that is about it. But now I'm gonna show you what really matters. We're done with the user controller, with the My Profile page, but we haven't yet done the agent for a user that's not My Profile. In this case, JavaScript Mastery. It is a 404. The reason for the 404 is because we are on the agent show, and we redirected from the agent page, which means that we need to go to the agent card and then look at the link. If we see it right here, this is supposed to be agents, plural. So if we fix it and then click, we go to agents show, and now we can see the agent empty profile. Right now it is empty, but if we go to agent profile page, we can get started with filling it out. And that's the best thing about this. It's going to be almost entirely the same as My Profile page. So we can go to My Profile and simply copy and paste the entire thing into the agent profile page and paste it right here. You'll have to rename the My Profile to Agent Profile, like this. And then we don't have to use the useGetIdentity because that is for our currently logged in user. We just need the use1. We're gonna also use the useParams. So we can import useParams coming from add pancode /refine-react-router-v6. Then instead of using the useGetIdentity, we're gonna get the ID useParams like this. Then once we have the ID, we can simply use it right here, ID as string, to get the real user from the database. It's loading, it's trying to get it, but it's having some issues. As you can see, it got a status code of undefined. So let's try to console log the data right here and see if we get anything back. Since it had trouble loading, I'm guessing it's not going to be there immediately. So if we open it up, we indeed do get undefined. So if we try JavaScript Mastery one more time, yep, it's having trouble loading it. So as always with JavaScript Mastery, let's debug it together. Let's open up the inspect element and go to the console. There we can see an object that doesn't give us a lot of information. But if we go to the network tab and then reload the page, we'll see a request being made to our backend. And there we go, it fails right here. If you check the headers, we can see that it's going to localhost 8080 API v1 users and then the ID of that specific user, which is great. But we're getting a status code of undefined, which isn't really good. So let's go ahead and check out our user controller for the getUserById. And as you can see, in all of our other routes, such as getAllUsers and createUsers, we have a try and catch block. And in this case, we don't have it. So I'm really glad this happened. We now got an error and we didn't properly handle or account for those errors. So we can now do a try and catch block right here, put all the code in the try block, and then simply return the proper error. Just console logging or returning the error, of course, isn't going to fix it, but still, it's going to give us more information. So we can do res.status and then send 500 and then pass over the error message. So if we do that and reload the page, so apparently it just failed at the start, but then the second one returned okay. So I was wrong. Adding the error handling actually did fix the problem, which is great. So with that said, now we have the My Profile page, which is wonderful. What I wanted to show you is that Agent Profile and My Profile are exactly the same. We're just reusing this profile page. But it still says My Profile, and this is a profile of another agent, so we can go to, that's going to be Agent Profile, and we can change this from My to Agent. And more or less, that's the only thing that we have to do, because all the other data is immediately being different from our profile, if you want to check that out. So we're currently logged into Adrian, and I was hoping to see the profile right here, but it looks like it's having some trouble fetching it. So if we go to the network tab and reload, okay, it gives us undefined now. So what we can do is I will try to expand our browser to explore our application in more detail, and I'm gonna log out. I'm gonna go back and log in with our original JavaScript Mastery account. And it looks like it even fails to log in right now. So if we go to console, yep, nothing seems to be running. Going back to our application, it seems that while testing the application, we have crashed it. So that's entirely fine, it happens. So what we have to do now, the only thing is just rerun our application and everything is going to go back to normal. That's why it's important to always have proper error handling so your app doesn't break. Now if we go back, we can sign in with Google I'm gonna go with JavaScript mastery this time. And we got invalid credentials. So let's go to inspect, network, and let's try it one more time. As you can see in the users, it says res.stats is not a function, which means that I simply misspelled one function inside of the user controller. So we can go there and see where do I have res.stats. It is right here in the create user. So that is supposed to be status. Great. Let's get that fixed and let's try to log in one more time. I'm gonna do JavaScript mastery and we are in. And before going to agents, let's open up our app and make sure that our app is running fine. So right now it is crashed, so we have to rerun it by running npm start. Then we can go to agents and let's open up another agent. It's gonna try to load it, but looks like it's gonna be unsuccessful. Yes, it's still pending and it just gives us an error. Inside of our application though, we can see that this request broke it. So if we look why, it says cannot set headers after they are sent to the client. And that was on getting us the user info by ID. And that is another huge issue on my end. You must never, ever have two res.statuses in the same request. It's trying to send it two times, once for successful and once for a 404. You can either have a return here, so this is not executed, or maybe even better, you can wrap this in an if, and then you can wrap a 404 in an else. So hopefully this was a great lesson for you. Once again, that is the reason why I want to include all of this, is to teach you something, because that's what really matters. It's not just about building apps, it's about getting stuck. And I'm here right now with you to help you get unstuck. So once we fix this, we have to rerun our application and then go back to agents. Let's go to Adrian, and there we go. It opens it up. We can see agent profile Adrian. We can also go to my profile, which opens up my profile JavaScript mastery. And in this case, it also shows us our currently owned properties. With that said, we have the dashboard, we have the properties, we have the property detail page, we have the agent pages, both for my profile and for other agents' profiles. As you can see, they're incredibly similar, but on my profile, you can also see my properties. We have the logout button, and it is all getting close to being fully done. We also have a wonderful sidebar provided to us by Refine. And finally, now that we can properly fetch our properties and our agents, we can go back to finalize the part which we started on. The dashboard. Right at the bottom of the static data, we can now go to the dashboard and do this. We can showcase a property list or an agent list right on the dashboard. It's going to be incredibly simple now because we already have all the backend and all the logic set up. We simply have to make the calls to the backend and then reuse the same property cards and agent cards that we have created over here. So let's go ahead and let's get started with finishing our great application. And we can do that by collapsing our browser, closing all of our currently open files, and going all the way to our homepage. Right here, we had total revenue and property referrals charts, which are these two, but now we are ready to focus on what goes below them. And that's going to be, of course, our properties. So we can create a new box right below this stack. That box is going to have quite a few properties, so we can open it up. That's going to be, if I just fix this, a flex equal to 1, a border radius as well, equal to 15 pixels, and it's going to have a padding of 20 pixels, as well as a BG color equal to #fc fc fc. Now, if we save that, you should be able to see a card appear right here at the bottom. We can also give it a display equal to flex. We can can give it a flex direction equal to column, as well as a min width equal to, let's do 100% in this case. And finally, we can give an empty or margin top of 25 pixels to divide it from the top. And there we go. We have our card where we can put our properties. Inside of it, we can create a typography. And that typography is going to simply say latest properties, just like that. We can also give it a font size equal to 18 pixels. We can give it a font weight as well of 600 and a color equal to #11142D. Let's check it out. That's looking good. And right below that, we can create a box that's going to act as a container for all of those properties. That box can have a margin top of 2.5 to divide the bit from the title, and an SX property of display is equal to flex. Flex wrap is going to be set to wrap, and gap is going to be set to 4. And inside of there, we can map over all of our property cards. But of course, first we have to fetch them. So if we scroll up, we have to utilize this use list hook. And we already used it for a couple of times so far, but now we're gonna really make sure that you understand how it works. So we can say const, we're gonna get the data, we're gonna get the is loading, and the is error coming from, or rather is equal to use list. To it, we can pass the resource we wanna get. That's going to be properties. And there's also a special config we can pass. Config, pagination, and then page size is equal to, in this case, let's do 5. I think we can fit 5 properties right here at the bottom. And use list, we have it right here. And it needs to be in a home, which is a functional component, so it starts with an H, a capital H for home, so you can fix that right here. And now we have access to the latest properties, just like that. We're getting it under the data right here. And as we did before, we can pull the data from the data object by saying const latest properties is equal to data dot data, and then question mark, and then array. Meaning if we don't have any data, just make it an empty array. And as we always do, if we are loading, we can return a typography or a div of loading. And if there's an error, we can return a typography saying something went wrong. With that said, we can now go over all of these latest properties by saying latest properties dot map. We're going to get a property, and then for each property, we're going to instantly return, guess what? It's going to be a property card, a component we have already created so far. The only thing we have to do is pass the right props to it. We can pass the property ._id as the key. We can pass the ID equal to property._id. We can pass the title equal to property.title. We can pass the location equal to property.location. We can pass the price equal to property.price. And we can pass the photo equal to property.photo. And if we save that, you can see all of our properties. Now we can only see one because only one exists right now, but let's fill this up and let's test this application further. We can go to properties, we can go to add property, and let's do a star sun hotel. Description is going to be just ... for now. The property type is going to be an apartment. Price can be $550. Location can be, let's do Croatia. And we can upload a photo. I'm gonna choose this apartment right here and upload. There we go, we have 2, and let's add one more. That's going to be a Almander hotel and apartment. This one can be a condo, and let's do 420. We can give it a location of something like Italy one more time. And we can make this one the condo. And let's submit. And as you can see, we have 3 properties, and on the dashboard, we can see 3 properties as well. So it seems like we can only fit about 3 with this size, but if we expand, we can fit about 4. So we don't have to fetch more than 4, so we can go back to our list and see how easy it is. We're just gonna say, hey, fetch 4 max. Great. With that said, we're gonna have a layout that looks like this. We have a wonderful dashboard, all of the latest properties, which by the way, you can simply click and visit. If you are the owner, you can edit them, which works really well. You can delete them, and you can also check the agents, all agents on the page. You can check their profiles, and if you check your profile, you can check all of the properties that you created. Isn't this great? We built all of this today in this one video. It might have taken you more than a couple of hours. And that's totally okay. As you noticed, we encountered a couple of errors while building this, but that is what every developer does. That's the whole goal and journey of building a phenomenal project such as this one. I gotta say, I'm incredibly pleased with what Refine did to enable us to build all of this in such a simple and quick manner. All of the routing, error handling, logging in, and all of the abilities to fetch resources and immediately be able to just use the list or use identity. These hooks are so useful and I love using them. With that said, as we always do on the JavaScript Mastery, we are now going to deploy this application to the web. So get ready for that right now. Before deploying our application to the web, we're gonna first have to publish it on GitHub. So go to github.com, and then on top right, you can create a new repository. Let's call it refine_dashboard. Of course, feel free to use any name you prefer. We have to make it public, and then you can create a repository. Now you can collapse this to the side of your code editor, and we're going to create a new instance of Git right here by going to View and then Terminal. First, make sure to delete one terminal, and then in the second one, we have to cd ... to go to the root of our folder. There, you can run git init. That's going to initialize this as a new GitHub repo. Now, I here can see this .git folder, but it might be hidden for you. If that is the case, do Control or Command Shift B, and then type open settings, JSON. You can choose either workspace or regular settings, and then you have to add a couple of lines. You have to do this, files.exclude, and then you have to add **** .git is set to false. Copy this exactly, and then you should be able to see your Git folder. Once you do that, you might need to reload your Visual Studio Code, but once you do, you can see a Git folder here and here. Now, what we need to do is we need to delete the Git folder inside of the client. So completely delete it and say yes if it asks you any questions. Now we are ready to add everything we have from the client in the server. Before we do that, we have to add a .gitignore file inside of the server and ignore node_modules. Great. Finally, we are ready to follow the commands, that is git add dot to add all of the files, git commit -m first commit, git branch m main, git remote add origin, and finally git push u origin main. This is going to push our entire application to GitHub, and we should be able to see it right away. There we go. Once that is ready, you can open up render.com. We're going to use their services for deploying our backend application. Make sure to sign in with GitHub, as that's where we published our application. Once you do that, go to New, and then Web Service. If you can see right here, we have to enter the public Git repository. So, find your repository, copy the URL, and then paste it right here and click Continue. We have to enter the app name. Let's do refine_dashboard. Branch is going to be main. Root directory is going to be server. And then the start command is going to be npm start. We We can even check that in our application. If we go right here, server, package.json, we have a start script. Finally, you can choose free and create web service. While that is doing its thing, we'll also have to add environment variables to here. So let's wait a bit. Let's go to environment and then add environment variable. Now we can copy the ones we have here. That's going to be MongoDB URL as a key and this value right here. And we have to add a couple more for Cloudinary. So just copy the key and copy the value and repeat the process for all variables. Cloudinary secret, and I think I missed the key as well. So you can add the key right here. There we go. So this looks good and you can click Save Changes. Once you do that, you can go back to logs and we can wait for our application to be deployed. Since we change our environment variables, we can rerun our latest deployment. This process usually takes just a couple of minutes, so you can pause this video and we'll be right back. And there we go. We can see MongoDB connected and everything is working perfectly. It is still in progress, but in just a couple of seconds, it should be running on this URL right here. And there we go. Our app is live. Let's copy this URL and click it. And as you can see, we get hello world, but this time not from localhost 8080, but from a real online deployed URL. The only thing we have to do now is go to client and search for where we used the static 8080. It is listed in a couple of places. So right here, it's in the app TSX, right here in the profile OBJ. So we have to replace this with this newly created URL all the way to the first /. We have to repeat this 3 more times, one time for the data provider as well, so we can override it. And that's it. So it was only 2 times. Rest of the mentions is on the backend. So with that said, we are ready to deploy our client side as well. And how you do it is you simply go into client, so cd client, and then run npm run build. This is going to create an optimized production build of our application. While that is happening, we can go to netlify.com. They allow us to really quickly and simply deploy our React.js applications. You can log in with GitHub, go to your sites, scroll all the way down, and this is where you'll be able to drag and drop your optimized production build. As you can see, it is still being generated. We can right-click it, reveal in File Explorer or Finder if you're on Mac, and then once it is finished building, you'll be able to simply drag and drop the entire build folder right here. But let's give it a moment. And before dragging and dropping, there's one more thing you have to do. In the build folder, right-click, create a new file called _redirects. Inside of there, you have to add /**, and then you can add 2 spaces /index.html 200, just like so. And then this is going to ensure that when you reload your page on a specific route, it doesn't give you a 404. That's something we have to do when deploying applications on Netlify. And there we go, it is done. We can simply drag and drop it right here. It is uploading as we speak. And in just a couple of seconds, already it is published. We can even change the domain by going to site settings, change site name to something like refine-dashboard, and save. We can now click this link and check out our deployed live MERN stack dashboard. And if you try to sign in, you're going to notice that it's not going to work right off the bat with Google. There we go, something breaks. So that's entirely fine. We'll have to go back to the Google console to get that fixed, but then we'll be off to the races. You can go back to console.cloud.google.com. And there you can open up your Auth 2.0 client IDs. Once you do that, you'll see your authorized JavaScript origins and redirect URIs. Simply go back to your application and copy the URL of the deployed app, and then add it right here at the URI. It's going to be this one. You can simply remove the last /, and then you can add it right here for the redirect as well, and click Save. It might take a couple of minutes for the changes to take effect, but sometimes it works immediately. So now, if we go back to our application, reload the page, and expand it to the entire browser, we can sign in. And would you look at that, the sign in appears. So let's sign in with JavaScript Mastery. And it didn't work out correctly, just fine. So let's open up the console and the network tab, and let's give that one more shot. We can click JavaScript Mastery, and we can see that the current origin isn't registered with the Google Auth. So just maybe I went ahead and started it too soon. Maybe we need to give it a minute for it to work out. Because we did just add this refine dashboard origin, and would you look at that? It started working while I was speaking. So just to make sure it works one more time, I'm gonna log out, and I'll try to sign in again with a different account. So right here, we're gonna use the second one, and we are in. We can see that we have all of our latest properties. We can see them here as well, and we can see our agents. Our application is working perfectly. I'm incredibly happy with how this turned out. Now, there are a lot of adjustments you can make to this application to make it even better. Change the name, change the branding, make it your own. Make all of these stats real and connected to the database. Either fix it by changing the URL right here, or implement your own Google Maps integration so you can show your little map right here. There are a lot of adjustments you can make. Take this app and make it your own. But even with that said, what we have built here today is something special. It is a full stack MERN application using two resources, properties and users. We have a wonderful frontend built with React and MUI, and we have an Express, Node.js, and MongoDB database. Once again, huge thanks to Refine, not only for sponsoring this video, but for creating such an amazing tool that allowed us to build this application today. With that said, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Have a wonderful day.